Hello, guys. We're gonna hop right in on here. So I'm kind of coming back a little bit. We've gone to a lot more to the YouTube content, and we're kind of focusing in on that. But I still wanted to come back to do some painting. If I'm gonna paint, I could do a video, but it seems kind of weird just sitting there painting in silence and recording and doing all that stuff. Like, it seems weird. So I'd rather do it in a live format. And if I'm gonna do it in a live format, I still kind of enjoy Twitch for that aspect. The live community and live interaction is quite nice. I by no means am I good at painting, and I'm not going to try to pretend like I am, but let's give it a go. We have here up on the little docket here, we have some of our minis that we've painted before. We could start with one of the first ones I've done. I was thinking, yeah, white and black will be really easy. Some of my first minis, and then I realized how wrong I was, how unbelievably foolish I was to assume such a crazy thing. Let me know if the audio is a little too loud. I can turn it down a little for the music. So, if you can't tell already, right up here we have some Marines, because that's what we're going to try to be painting today. I have a bunch of them, and I'd like to paint them up. So here we have. Let me actually get them in frame. One of my first minis. It's not good. It's not great, but it's something, you know? Keep my hand there for focus. It's very rough around the edges, but I think it's pretty good. He's alive. How's it going, Lemur? So this is one of my first minis that I've done. I'm not done with the pants. I did it all as black because I was watching and reading a bunch of stuff, so I did that kind of an underlayer, and then I'll do all the overlayer over it once I'm a little more confident working with or making things look like fabric. As well as one of our other ones, the squad lead. He's even got the ceremonial knife. So again, little better done. I did the... Oh, there's a big bug crawling on there. It's a little stink bug. I don't want you there, champ. I'm just gonna get rid of that. Look at that. First murder of the stream. Alright. How's everyone doing today? Hope everyone is quite well. Let me know how the audio is. I hope it's good. I've been doing a lot of tweaking since our podcast with our YouTube content. Here we go. God dang bugs. So these are some of my first ones, and then I've decided to change up the color scheme, and I'm more or less going with this camo urban coloration. Again, there'll be a lot more tweaking. This needs another layer of like shade on a lot of the armor as well as a lot of the equipment, but I did like the camo pattern I was able to put down. I thought it would be harder than it was, but it's really just rubbing a dry brush over some pieces of gear and it comes out just fine. Fast forward to one of my Marines, which I think I did much better on. I think Marines are super easy. I thought they'd be a lot more challenging, but this is one of my first Marines. I'm not done with him. He has none of his emblems on. Ooh, dog hair. Or anything like that. So this is just the start of it. Needs another coat on the shoulders, but those are going to be thin coats once I get everything on there. This camera does really good at lightening it up. These Marines are darker than they appear. They're a little more earth-worn, if you would. Come on now. There we go. Yeah, you like that guy? Yeah, a little bit of improvement. So we're gonna start in on him, and we have another one here. On my Marines, I've also learned to not attach the arms and limbs right away, so I can still do a lot of like tweaking and stuff like that and just correction. I did just airbrush these. So we airbrushed them, and then I put a layer of Nuln Oil over them to get in the recesses and kind of make them look really nice. We'll get started on that. What are we gonna start on? We can go for one of the lightning ones. I've been using a lot of different reds just to kind of test things out. Let me say for the 40th time. I have my little palette here, which is just a piece of paper towel in a pirate container with a little bit of water on the paper towel and then some baking parchment. Nothing crazy, just a trick I picked up. So I have a couple of my Vallejo colors and stuff like that. As well as another Abaddon Black down here. And some other fun colors. Let's go. Daca Red. The Blood Angels Contrast. I might put that as a layer over this guy. I don't really have a lot of experience dealing with a lot of paints. Especially acrylic. So this is kind of a first time coming back into it. So this is again, like I said, this is all a learning process. Let's go with, I'm gonna go for this. Got our one little cup here. Ooh, I did not dry that brush out well. Nice and crunchy. When them brushes got a nice crunch to them. That's nice. I can move that more a little out of the way. All right, a little damp water. I want to get a little bit of that off there. A little too heavy. So what I want to do with this lighter red is I want to put this on some of the pieces of armor that are a little more exposed to light. Oop, and then we want to screw that up real good. I'm actually going to make it a lot brighter here for me. Probably the brightest you guys have ever seen me. Mic a little more out of the way so I can really get in here. Probably could have gone with a more fine brush. Would have been smart. But we're not here to do smart. We're here to do good. Light little layer. I don't want to get it in the recesses. Just want it over more exposed pieces. Like maybe here on his arm. We're going to be painting that shoulder piece black, so we're not really going to get too much into it. Holy cow, I am lit up like a Christmas tree over there, ain't I? The armor plating there. Plus some of the plating on his leg. Gotta think that light source is coming down. We're gonna go, this is the basic over the head light source. We're gonna do stuff like that. And where you never think to look, the back of the leg. Or think about it. Oh, his arm's gonna be all robotic-y, so we might not go red with that one. Still haven't decided yet. We'll get a little bit on his tum-tum. How about that? Little extra red on the tum-tum. So you can just like wipe off on your paper towel, but a lot of people just use their hand. It gets a better consistency. Little on the tum-tum. And we don't want to get in any of the recesses. But I would like this armor to kind of stand out. I know we're not really adhering to our light source that we just talked about. But this will help lighten up a lot of these edges that I have over here. Because there are a lot of really dark edges. And then I felt that that last layer was a little thin. I'm just going to once over it. Oh no, we got rid of some of it. It's fine. All right. Let's redden up this water more than a little. I'll have to change my camera settings if I'm going to be working with this kind of lighting. This is intense. I'm move the lighting down even. I'm going to go up and over. Less direct lighting. More indirect. I'll just deal with the repercussions. So we got a new camera here. This camera right here is a 60 FPS camera, whereas the one was just a 30 FPS. So we're working with a whole layer of speed that's never been used before on this stream. That high octane quality I know you all care and want. Brave. We're going to use a little bit of this contrast paint, which isn't going to block out anything. We're going to kind of flip our guy upside down, you know, get the special spots. This is good for the both of us. Get some of these leg pieces. This is just going to wash it up a little. You add that shade and that value, and it really brings things to life. You could paint it all one color, but once you add the shading, you'll watch pieces just pop to life. Then we don't want to get any of the pouches or anything. Man, I'm really disappointed I got that corner there. Well, it'll be fine. I'll cry about it when stream's over. It's solid. I don't really need to worry about getting the creases in there because that's all going to be going to a blackened color. We're going to get his butt plate. Even some on the jetpack. On some of the under pieces better lit. We might add just a tinge of white to help lighten up some of the top pieces. General splash. It looks just a little tiny droplet. Right here. Under there. We're not focusing too much time on these pieces because they are like they're just Marines. I've done a few Marines now, and I think I found a way to kind of like, I don't want to like say speed do it, but kind of where you've more or less just gloss over, and then because you're going to be coating pieces a little bit differently, like how I did. I'll show you in a second once I get this guy out here. I don't want to leave any pigmentation in the brushes, you know? But I hope everyone is quite well. Lemur, I was saying before, I have transitioned more over into YouTube. We've been doing kind of like a podcast situation style type thing. Yeah, go to the Discord. There'll be links in there, !Discord. I don't think I have them up on my Twitch account. This is kind of a spur, like a last second spur of the moment sort of decision to come back and do Twitch a little bit more. I've kind of transitioned away from it. So like on this one here, if you notice along the ridges of the shoulder plate, like I said, it's kind of hard to see with the transition in here. I did that in a brighter red, as well as the rim here I did in a brighter red, so it just kind of stands out more. The crest I did in black, and then just did gunmetal, just dry brushed it over the top of it. So kind of not too far off from like some of the Marines. I haven't put any of the decals on them like that or anything like that. I haven't painted any of that in. I'm just doing a lot of the base stuff. So yeah. This guy already has a lot more edge to him. A lot more pizzazz, if you would. Might paint his head skull blue. Kind of leaning on that. That might be cool. that might be nifty. One would even go as far as to say. I don't think I have a blue over here. I do have blues. I think what we got would be fine. It'll be fine. Like I said, we're gonna just add just a dab of Abaddon Black. Give it a good shake. I don't think we'll be using any more of the contrast. Whoop. Ooh, that is caked on. Just gonna take a little bit, put it over here. Maybe one more little globby glob. There's a little bit of black we'll be doing. So go do that. That is way too much on there. I want most of this ink off. That is far too much. Like, it's everywhere on this brush. My lord. And suck as much of it out of there as possible. I could have just taken it off and then wiped it on here, just a little bit on the front. I don't know why I kind of went as hard as I did. A little water next to it, kind of pull it out. Ink off. There we go. Kind of very carefully. And I should probably be using a different brush. Fine detail. I think we will swap brushes on this one. I'm just going to get the ink off here. Not ink, but pigmentation. Whatever. Whatever, you know? That there. Where's one of my little more fine-tunies? I still have them sitting over on my other desk. Some of these other ones might just do just fine. Damp. So you kind of want to pin your arms and do as little arm movement as possible. I am. Oops. To try and stop yourself from doing exactly what I did right there. When watching some content painters like paint, it is nuts. I think it's like day and night difference. Like what you're capable of doing versus like the things they're capable of doing. I think it's insane. But again, maybe other people are a little more skilled in this field than, say, a novice such as myself, but man. Right there. Okay, good. Spicy. And again, talking about taking the limbs off, easy peas. Don't have to worry about damaging it. Don't have to worry about it being in the way if I have to paint something. Ends of hook. Actually, it looks like the wings are coming in. I did get his neck guard a little bit. I think it'll be fine. One last little No one else will ever see the mess ups you make on your minis more than you. You'll see every flaw. While other people just see the beautiful thing that you made. Oop, like I'll see that screw up for forever. Take that screw up to the grave with me. That's okay. This is where a little, I don't know if that. Hang on. Paint in some of the creases. The what is essentially like looks more like tubing. Oh, I did it again. I am so sloppy today. That's okay. C'est la vie. Sailor V. So a lot of the creases here too, like up on his chest. We'll get that stuff too. And his funky dunk booty right here. Alright, I'll even that out. We'll come back. You can always return. Turn that the wrong way. There we go. El tomate. I'll just happy little mistake. I'm getting that crease and I want that far corner. Again, these are things that the only person that's ever going to notice how that looks is me. No one's going to deep dive into the butt of every Space Marine going, hey, you missed a spot. And if they do, they got problems. Like big ones. Maybe they should address that. Mental health is important, guys. I'm like way back here painting. Like I went through all that effort to set up a cam, but I don't want you guys to watch, you know? Like I think it's a good idea in theory, but like in practice, don't look at me. Tap on the end of the brush. One little doober. Again, something no one will notice but me. Not a single soul will ever stop and check and be like, hey, grease. Goofed it. Get clean up. Now is this spot on his side? I think that's this guy I haven't finished putting together. So like even that inseam, that's gonna be taken away. Don't you worry. Don't even worry about that. Okay, that seam, don't even sweat it. I have methods. Done this for like a month and I've already got methods, okay? I have ways. You don't know. Well, painting behind the jetpack is hard. I learned my lesson, chat. At once. Never again. Gonna be covered by the jetpack, Zio. You don't need to do it. Does have to do such. Look. Yes. There's literally no one, to no one's benefit other than my own. Do I want to do the ear guard? What did I do for you, bud? I did paint your ear dubers black, and then I think I went over it with a chrome. So yeah, we'll paint your ear dubers. Give you a black headset. Works for me. Works for me. Painted this black? Wow. Literally went in like that to paint it. What an absolute Chad a month ago me was. Totally confident in his painting abilities. Virtually unstoppable. This one's mostly covered up by like his face. That's the only side that matters. Any black pieces we want to paint his arm? I think I want to do gray. Give him like a gray gun steel arm. More gray than anything. You know, the color gray, if you guys are familiar with it. Like I have gunmetal, I have silver, but I don't know if I wanted that, you know? We'll go see if I have a gray. Sure, these bristles. However, the bristles dry is how they stay for forever. And some of these brushes aren't exactly like the most expensive brushes in the world. But like, I'm not super worried, super concerned about absolutely destroying them, which I probably will. But I'm gonna go grab some of the other brushes. I have several stations set up. So I don't really have a gray, but I have Corex white. A little bit of that. You know, with colors, you can mix and match and mix your paints. And with Citadel colors, as you know, if I mix white and black, that's right, you get brown. So this is one of the pieces that my wife is working on for Kill Team. I think hers are amazing. I think these look fantastic. I don't think it quite translates that well on camera here, But boy, oh boy, this thing looks pretty slick. She hasn't done the backpack fully in, but she got that. Hey, Rosie, how's it going? So yeah, that's one of the ones that my wife is working on. Pretty good. She's a fantastic painter. She puts me to absolute shame. Did you upgrade your beard? Yeah, probably. Probably a little bit. Actually, I have to trim it down. It's getting a little out of control. It's kind of having a bad hair day too, hence the hat. I need to cut my hair and my beard. But how have you been, Rosie? How's life been? Oh, my wife ruined this one. She ruined my brush. Ruined? Ooh. Ooh. Good old? Nice. I don't know if you've been in the Discord, you've caught some of the things, but I wound up quitting my job a little over a month ago. Or no, not even a month ago. D&D group is painting as well this weekend. Nice! Painting's good. I recently got into this hobby, so I'm not good by any means. But I'll still try. Put you next to paint adjacent if you get a nice gray out of you. I'll make a gray out of you. Start with the black base, put some toner, whatever mess you make. Yeah. Well, I want to get gray for the arm over here. And I don't have a gray. I have silvers. I have silvers and gunmetals and everything else in between. I'm honestly just surprised that the Citadels didn't just turn black. Or turn brown, because it's, you know, Citadel. And there's 40 different pigments in every piece of color. Oh, I didn't blacken up the arm there. I detached it, but didn't blacken it up. Did I show you, Rosie? One of my other pieces, this is like one of my, my recent pieces. Versus, come on. Come on. There you go. Well, I still gotta do writing on there. I still have to add more layers on the cloth. This guy isn't done yet. I have to do emblems and stuff on his limbs. But he's getting there. He's getting there. There's a little arm guard there. There's a pain in the booty. Will still look good. It shall look good. So this guy has a robotic-y arm. We're gonna do some robot stuff. Beep boop beep boop. Science, man. So I'm just gonna base layer this. Some grayish tones all the way up to the elbow. Doing the whole thing. Going gray. Then I can go over it with something else. That tiny stuff. Yeah, that tiny stuff is a big pain in the butt. We also went on our honeymoon this month. Me and my wife. After a year. Since everything opened back up, we went to Greece. And my wife made it her personal goal to march me up every mountain in Greece. It was a lot of fun, though. Oh, the mech suit has a robot arm? Yeah, he's got a robotic arm. This is, it's just armor plating over a genetically modified man. He's got a mechy arm for sure. Why am I painting like this when I can just boop? Like some of this stuff I don't need to be super careful with. Getting the creases. Sounds awesome. Yeah. Space Marines are like 9 feet tall. They're super big dudes. Genetically modified with a whole like exosuit or exoskeleton, not exosuit. The black carapace. And these are Primaris Space Marines, so they are even bigger than regular Space Marines. Again, this is another detail that no one will ever see, but you'll know it's there. Like the fingies. They say painting is a lot like riding a bike. No one ever taught me how to ride a bike. All I know 40K is I learned from the trailer of that game that's coming. Space Marines, I guess, is the name. Yeah, there's a few 40K Marine or games out there. I have like my whole close group of friends. They have like thousands that over like the past couple decades they've played Warhammer 40K the tabletop, and they have thousands upon thousands of dollars invested and sunk into it. So like I'm just playing catch up. Some of my first minis aren't that great looking, but that's okay. No one ever starts out perfect unless you're like a savant, like just a real child prodigy. But I'm not. So, yeesh. But yeah, the games are a lot of fun. Once you start getting into the lore, it's really kind of cool. Which is funny because lore wise, I don't necessarily jive with the Space Marines nearly as much. Like I'm not in love with them. But like I like some of the other factions like the Orcs and the Tau. But when it comes to painting them, I really do enjoy painting the Marines. But if you weren't aware, Rosie, we started a podcast type deal where we do a lot of like roundtable stuff and we talk about different subjects and games and stuff. Next week we're talking about, or this week we talked about um, game servers, like game rental servers and stuff like that. Next week we're talking about my time at Sandrock, which is like a little it's like a isometric not really a little isometric RPG, but it's like a kind of a city builder slash builder game slash survival. Think of like Stardew or Harvest Moon, but instead of like food, it's building. I think I want to get some black in those recesses. On top of a couple of their series, and then on the Discord I linked all of my like what the game plan is for the throughout the week. What kind of minis are you painting for your D&D? Just like your character minis? I should probably wait for this to dry. Should absolutely wait for this to dry. Here we go. Oh, I missed a spot on the back of the arm. I'm gonna paint my skeleton warrior. Are you playing a skeleton warrior? Or just like painting a skeleton warrior that you have? And if you do, I'd like to see it. She's a long dead emperor of a forgotten empire. Very Battle Brothersy. We grabbed a little more white for this one. We're just gonna touch up. Since white is really opaque, lightest, tiniest bit of white. Get a lot of that. I keep doing it. Do you play with these? Yeah, you play with them. So the tabletop game is a lot of like dice and stuff like that. It's a really interesting game. I've been playing like proxies with a lot of my friends pieces and stuff. This is a really interesting game. Add some complexity. Add some. Just like an ogre, there are layers. More yeah, it's more strategy than RPG, where you have your pieces down on a tabletop and then they play to certain rule sets. So the weapons that they have on character are physical representations. You guys want to look at that, what I did there? More physical representation of how it actually affects and alters on the character. So the fact that he has this little plasma pistol here means he'll actually be able to use this weapon in game, which follows its own adherent rules, as well as having the chainsword for when he gets into melee combat. So then there's different stages and stuff like that to adhere to in the game, which is pretty interesting. I want to just paint both shoulders black. Just hammer that out now. Just get it out of the way. Probably should be using a thicker brush, like the one I started with, because otherwise they're going to get real streaky. And you don't want to be streaky. I didn't realize how important brushes were when I started doing a lot of this. So in some of my first Tau, you can see, right? I was learning from my mistakes. I can do a lot of the edging and fine tuning once we get the base down. What are your brush tips? Like tips and tricks? Ooh, I don't know if I really have a lot of tips and tricks. Keep them moist. So unless you're like intentionally doing dry brushing, I feel like my wife is the one that I should have for like tips and stuff like that. Keep them moist. Don't let them dry at weird angles, because that's how you're just gonna ruin the brush. It holds whatever form. I feel like I'm doing really bad at like showing you guys what you're doing. I always pull my arms in when I'm painting, so I'm like, yeah, watch me paint, but it's really you guys just watching a blank screen. Maybe we'll have to do some changes to the setup here a little bit, which will be fine. It'll be fine. Use a tiny one and slightly bigger one. I've grown to appreciate different size brushes for different tasks. So even just like a cheapo like $5 pack from Walmart, because that's what a lot of these are. They're just cheapos. Works just as fine. This one here, the edges were a little long on it. And so I just snipped him off. There's one just little tiny piece that's way out there, but we're not going to worry about him. The damage he does is so minimal, it doesn't even affect us. Don't bother us, none. No how. He's a little rebel. We're not gonna worry about him. I'm just gonna gloss over him. Brushing up against the edge. Don't wanna, oh man, this is doing really bad job focusing. Maybe I should set the focus on it. Or getting closer and just work real close with you. I'm just gonna go to an ASMR stream. How's the volume, by the way? I hope I'm not getting too loud. And I hope the music volume's okay. My mic really close to my face right now. So because that's wet, it's going to be a little problematic. I'll just give it a second to dry. I'll probably also, over the black, I'll add more of, this is because it comes out very matte, and since it's metal, I do want it to sparkle. No, if the picture that I have linked over here, this is just an eBay picture of, like, it's one of the standard arts. They are pretty varied. Some of the things that aren't varied, so like he has, this guy here has the symbol and stuff like that, and the headpiece, so he's kind of the squad lead, I would imagine, because he's got all the pictures and stuff. They have different decals on different spots of their body. Usually their shoulders, like if you see his shoulders are blank, his shoulders are blank. They all have the decal extra symbol. Usually on the right shoulder, they have a symbol. Like you can kind of see it here for the Blood Angels. So that kind of does that. And then the other one notates like squad and stuff like that. So as long as we have like the same matching symbols throughout them, it'll be fine. But as for if you're just looking at like just different pictures, like a lot of the combat ones and stuff like that, like they'll have red or they'll have blue heads. So you can vary in design greatly. Like no one's ever like, wow, you painted that not accurate. So as long as it's pretty much red, and occasionally some of the special units get like blue heads, I'd make a pink one and a green one and a teal one, and you can do that, but it just becomes more confusing with you when you play. So each of these guys are, this is just like a basic infantry type squad, and there's 6 models per squad. There are some, so like my Tau here, these guys are 10 models per squad. So there's a lot more of them. So you kind of do want them to match, especially the Tau. They're very like color scheme focused. So like next to each other. Yeah, they're a little bigger. Chonky boys. I am making a Tau army. I like the Tau. Except I'm going to go from that white scheme to more of this camo scheme that I'm digging. I'm going to add more layers and stuff on the cloth, but more of a camoed scheme is kind of what I'm aiming for. But you can vary the coloration. You can do what you want. You could play. There are people who do make teal marines and stuff like that, but if you're playing a set one, it's just easier to paint them all the same, just for your peace of mind. There are people that are like real rule sticklers. They're like, no, you gotta paint them to company color and all this stuff. But realistically, if you're playing tabletop, 9 times out of 10, it's just your friends. And there are people that just paint whatever they want. RoboCop motherfuckers. Opalescent ones, yeah. Hey, if you got the time to do it, and I guarantee you, like, if you check on eBay and stuff like that, people do sell, people sell different colored marines and stuff all the time. There's a lot of lords that people paint, and they paint them weird colors. And, it's a lot more artful. Like, I can... So here we're looking at Be'lakor. So he's a giant, like, demon. So, like, there are massive variations. You can't really see that one. Like, ones like that. The pseudo gem. Another one that I think is pretty interesting. Yeah, then there's some of them like this that are just absolute nuts. I don't care about your cookies, my friend. So I mean, there's a lot of artistic design that can go into what you paint them. Yeah. Uh, my wife is working on a model because she wants to turn around, like, work on it. Um, so he's like the plague daddy. So she's working on that one. All right, where was that? We got the arm painted up. We got that. I could do a little more black on this shoulder. Before the black kind of dries out, one thing for like our color palette, I break it in seconds. You do get a little nervous. I'm actually putting together. Once you like get past like putting them together, it's easy. I'm putting together a like a Tau large bipedal mech suit. Too much water. Too much water. One more ink. Water ratio. Wipe a little off. Okay, there we go. Again, it's okay if we over paint a little. So for my palette, all I have is just a Pyrex container, a wet piece paper towel in the bottom, and then just some baking, some baking paper, baking parchment. Sorry. I want to get in that crease. You know what? We have a tool specifically for that. Use your tools, you know? It is a lot of fun. There are people that just get the minis just to paint them. There are people that get the minis and then they want people to do other stuff with them. I was gonna ask, are there aliens in 40K? And then I realized the aliens are orcs and stuff. Yeah, there's aliens which are orcs. There's Tau. There's Tyranids, which are kind of like a hive mind type race. The Tau are essentially a newer starter race that like they they're just getting started out. They believe in the greater good, psychic connection, and stuff like that. Very space hippies. A lot of people call them, or they call them blueberries because they're blue. But yeah, no, there's space elves. There's space dark elves. They're just kinky elves. They just released a new thing. So like even then within the 40K lore, the thing that's really interesting about 40K is stuff is canon and not canon like all at once depending on where you're going from. So way back in the day they did have space dwarves. And then they just like didn't add and do anything with them. They're like, yeah, they exist. They made a few models back I think in like the 90s or 80s. And then that was it. Until just recently, like a few months ago, they announced that the squats, the space dwarves, are coming back. Which they're just humans that were lost over time. They evolved differently on their planets, which had higher gravitational pull. They're technologically advanced, and they became space dwarves. So this does follow the base fantasy paradigm for races. Obviously in a higher fantasy setting. We're gonna get the little corners. A lot of people like to just dive right in when they go for the corners and stuff. I like to just push the brush in there. Again, it's not something that needs to be 100% perfect. You won't really be looking at this. If you have the top image of your guy looking good, like this part, your opponent's gonna see from like here. So if that part looks good, you're gonna see from here, like the top down, that looks good. But the other races aren't human originally. Correct. The other races aren't human, like the elves and the Necrons. Necrons were never human. People are like, but they're humanoid. Yeah, they were never human. So do you want me to give you the breakdown of Warhammer lore? I could give you the breakdown. It's a pretty big breakdown. It's a pretty filthy breakdown, if you would. Yes, please. So, I'll start you out. Right now, we're in the year, the reason why it's called Warhammer 40K is we're in the year 40,000, right? By Earth standard years. But centuries and centuries and centuries ago, there were other races. There were giant space Cthulhu monsters that were like star eaters. And then there were the old ones, the old gods, the good guys. The good gods and the bad gods. We'll go with that, okay? And so the bad gods would go around, they'd start sucking planets, completely devoiding them of life. They would consume all organic matter. Then they bumped into a sentient species called the Necrons. They were friendly and cool with the Necrons, and eventually the Necrons, after like joining in the war against the good space gods, they wanted immortality. So the Necrons signed up with them, they granted them immortality, and then by doing immortality, it's essentially they forced them into servitude. They made them, the evil gods made them robots, and then eventually the old gods, or the Necrons, got so mad they killed the evil gods. They had enough of it. Then they escaped back to their tomb worlds, where they encased themselves. I can even show you Necrons here. They encased themselves in their little tomb worlds, and they stayed there forever. The basic units being just like mindless zombie autonomous drones. Flayed ones are ones with viruses. Yeah, they are pretty badass. Satan Shard. This one, I like this guy a lot. Oh, this guy, he real cool. Like, it's pretty dope. So yeah, Necrons are pretty cool. They're pretty awesome. It's kind of like an ancient pharaoh's mummified sort of thing. That's their vibe. But like space techie with plasma weapons. But then they have stuff like the Lich Guard here and stuff like that, which, if I can, here's some more. So they have their place. He's like a basic cybernetic type deal. So anyway, they fought them, and then they returned to their old world. But between the war between the good guys, the good gods and bad gods, we'll start with that. They weren't really gods. They were giant, like, space whales, but we're going to call them gods. So then the good god space whales, in their war, they made two species. They made what is essentially the space elves. So they brought them into being, and they were the good guys, the knowledgeable, the psychically adept, like master fighters. They were good, they were immortal, all that fun stuff. Even if they died, they wound up coming back in this perpetual cycle. Then they invented the Krork. The Krork were a race of, they're not actually a race, they're a fungus. They're a species, they're an infestation. The Krork are a fungus, the sentient fungus that uses latent psychic powers. So the reason why I like orcs a lot in the lore, I'll get in there. This sounds like space elf propaganda. Kinda is. I actually don't really like a lot of the space elves. They break off into factions. We'll break that down later. But then the Krork, right? We were talking about them. They're like a latent psychic energy type guys. They were pretty well for it. Essentially, the war machine, the basic line soldier in this war against the evil gods. Now, the good gods, after after the Necrons got mad after their robotization, and they killed the bad gods. They killed a lot of the good gods. Essentially, they just got pissed off and killed everyone. Right? This is thousands upon thousands of years ago, before like recorded time. There's no like actual like 100% time frame. So they do that. They go nuts. They go on a murder spree. They go full murder hobo. And then the Krork and the space elves, the Eldar, are essentially the only ones left alive. And they kind of span out across the galaxy doing their thing. But over time, the Krork start to devolve. Mentally, they are no longer within their faculties. They become a mindless organism, an orc. Or more mindless, I should say. So they kind of devolve into their thing. And orcs, this is when you talk about like the good and bad in 40k, where like every species has its good and every species has its bad. And you argue like, well, this species is evil, this species is evil. Like the big bad guy in 40k, honestly, I would say is like the humans. They're one of the bigger bad, next to the Tyranid. In terms of scale of badness. But within 40k, we're still on orcs. Whoever did that did a good job. Good job, me. Make sure to congratulate yourself. The Space Orc boys kind of broke down to their fungus state. They literally like spawn from spores, so they're quite literally a fungus. And they pop out of their little fungal spores. So they literally infect planets when they go there. And that's how they produce. And they're different evolutionary cycles. But the orcs don't necessarily like, they don't think fighting's bad. Like they're not fighting for malice. They're not fighting for rage. Like there's no hatred in their fighting. They fight just because that's what they are. They're orcs. They fight. That's their thing. Like as simple as breathing is to you and me. It's just what they do. They don't even question it. It's second nature. So when talking about like orcs and stuff like that, like that's something to take into consideration. Like they're like, they're violent, they're hyper violent. They hate us because they hate us. They don't hate at all. There's no real hatred in an orc's mind. They don't really do hate. They were a created race for war. And that's all they really care about. So since like the old ones, the good guys, got wiped out, that's the steady decline of the orcs. That's how that happened. Now they still have latent psychic powers. So the orcs are actually really cool, and why in lore I like them the most is the orcs believe things, and the more orcs within a group of people that believe something, the more likely it is to be real. Like orcs paint their vehicles red because they think red goes faster. So red does go faster. So they paint their cars red and the red ones drive faster because the collective believes they work. Their weapons, like on here, it's all, let me get you to refocus. It's all scrap metal. Like you can't backwards engineer their guns because it's just tubes with ammo slapped on a thing, and then they believe it works, so then it just does. Because it's that latent psychic energy. Orcs are really cool lore-wise. They have two gods, Mork and Orc. One is brutally cunning, and the other one is cunningly brutal. And that's just their whole thing. Like orcs aren't inherently bad, but they're not inherently good either, really. We're gonna get it with the gold, and the gold's gonna cover literally everything. The gold is not opaque at all, so it bleeds over everything. Get the ports too. I like going through one color at a time, as opposed to doing 14 different colors. So the orcs actually, in like respects to everything else, the orcs are actually really cool. Really chill characters. Spaceships work on the same principle. Yes, they're spaceships. They usually are called rocks, which are moons or asteroids. They just build engines on, which is just metal that they believe goes. They just put a tube on it, and they literally fly rocks, ROC, through space, crash land on a planet. Thousands of orcs die, but there's thousands more, so then they jump out and do their little war. Yeah, yeah, that is orcs in a nutshell. There's if you ever have time, there's someone on YouTube called Baldermort. Does fantastic like they're not 100% canon, but it's like storytelling, and it gives a good insight to it. There's one where he goes over Cronan. It's pretty awesome. Not gonna lie, I do love his content a lot. It's what got my wife into doing a lot of the painting too. Then okay, so we're onto there, and then thousands of years pass, and humans come into the picture. Humans are a big tech race, and even then a lot of this information is like lost to time. They like Games Workshop is really good at like keeping stuff canon in like a real way. So the human race comes into existence, they start exploring, they have their big boom technologically, they expand across the universe, they invent AI, they have robots, they're blowing up everywhere, they're just expanding like nuts. But then the humans have a war of iron. The AI goes rogue, and the AI wants to kill them. So then there's a giant war, there's giant systemic civilized collapse, everything falls apart, every planet kind of like staggers onto its own. Here enters the Emperor of Mankind, right? So we're talking about the Emperor of Mankind. He's essentially, no one really knows where he came from, but there's theories that he existed in the other time beforehand. If not, Earth fell into a techno-barbarian state where it's just clans versus clans, tribes. It's very Mad Max. And here steps in the Emperor, who's this psychic, super powerful, strong guy. And so we have him entering the picture. Now the Emperor is here, and he starts working on what he calls his Thunder Warriors, his first iteration of Space Marines. These were people that he genetically modified with some of the first black carapaces, which is the genetic, like, new organs and stuff like that. When I say genetic modification, like full on modified. And so he gets them up and running, and he gets Earth back under control. And he takes Earth back, and then he goes, you know what? Let's expand. I want everything back. Mind you, we'll touch on the fact that, like, he essentially kills off all of the Thunder Warriors, the first iteration of Space Marines. Whether, no one really knows why, but he did. He betrayed them. Like, after the last battle, they all lined up because they thought, yeah, we're going to get awarded. And they were murdered. There's a few that still exist, and there's, like, stuff brought into canon from that. But for the most part, they're dead, Jim. They're dead. No one really knows. So he goes across there. He bumps into, be funny if he wasn't human at all. Kind of sounds like it. Yeah, he's kind of like a psychic projection. He goes to Mars. The people on Mars were giant, technologically advanced. They were retreated into Mars. They were what is known now, today, as the Mechanicus. So there's about, I think at the fall of human civilization, it's about 20,000. So over the next 10,000 years, oh, I guess I should touch on the Primarchs. The Emperor made his Space Marines, but he made 20 other Marines, the father of each chapter, the big kahuna, right? And over the next thousands of years, he goes from, or next hundreds of years, he goes from planet to planet. He reunites with his Primarchs, his Space Marine babies, the people in charge. Because, oh boy, this is where it's going to get jumbled. Okay. So, the Emperor steps in, he does his thing, takes over Earth, bumps into Mars, starts expanding out in a couple solar systems. He makes his sons, because that's what they were, the 20 Primarchs were his sons. He makes them There are gods of chaos, which they have and haven't always existed. Like once you go into the warp, which is where the gods of chaos reside, everything breaks down. Time isn't a thing anymore. So if the chaos gods exist today, you know, because time is time, they've always existed, sort of thing. So yeah, so then the chaos gods break in, they scatter the emperor's sons. Fast forward a little bit, he's reuniting all the planets, reuniting the systems. After a while, they keep expanding with the iterations as he finds his sons and puts them in charge of their legionary chapters. And at this point, Space Marines were in there were chapters in the hundreds of thousands of Space Marines, and they were super soldiers that just could wipe everything out. It was crazy. They bump into a species that's super dangerous. I forget the name of them. They go back and forth. This species almost actually wipes out humans. Humans turn around and wipe them out as they keep expanding and recolonizing and recapturing planets where it's very like, you'll submit or we're going to crush you. Some they crushed, some they submitted. Expanded. Some of the Primarchs go rogue. There's things that happen where they go traitorous because they're being whispered to by the Chaos Gods. And they let the Chaos Gods corrupt them. And they go rogue and they start a revolt. They take all the loyalist Marines, they drop them on a planet, they wipe most of them out. And then they go and they attack and they make it all the way to Earth, to planet Terra. And the Emperor of Mankind, along with a couple of his loyal sons, jump on board the flagship of the leader of the traitorous legion known as Horus. He was one of the Primarchs. They jump on his flagship, and this is also known as the Horus Heresy. Jump on his flagship. One of the Primarchs, the Primarch in charge of these group of guys, these Blood Angels, this chapter, gets killed by Horus. And then the Emperor fights Horus, who's all geeked up on demon drugs, and is mortally wounded, but manages to kill him and stop the traitors. So then he goes back. Is this Book of Revelations you're talking about? No, it's Warhammer, my guy. Warhammer. Hey, Killa, how you doing, brother? So then he goes back on Earth and he sits on what he's been working on, known as his Golden Throne, which is like a giant interdimensional portal / gate. Hey, man, what's good? Nothing much, buddy. How are you? And he sits on his Golden Throne, sealing in his psychic power so demons don't rip out and swarm Terra. Also, it's kind of like his secret webway. And 1,000 psychics are sacrificed to him every single day to give him the energy he needs to seal the throne. Now, that was the year 30,000. Now we're going to jump ahead 10,000 years after that whole thing broke down. After 10,000 years, it's story time, Peyton time. That's right. After 10,000 years, everything's kind of backtracked a little. And now, I want Killer's red. Oh, almost darker red. Oh, we're going there. But yet. So after 1,000 years, then, everything... The Emperor didn't want to be... I should touch on this, too. The Emperor really didn't want to be worshipped like a god. But after 10,000 years, he's essentially is being worshipped like a god as he's on his deathbed on his throne, where he's essentially dead physically but alive psychically. And as we're getting into touch with a couple of his children, his Primarch sons, they notice he's changed, which was recently stated. That he's not himself anymore. He's different. Essentially, I think he's ascending to a godhood state. But that's just me. What do I know? There's more I could jump into back in the past. So I touched down on how the humans are expanding across the universe. There's something else that happens. There's literally a rip in space and time that happens right in the middle of the galaxy. Or in the galaxy. Because a lot of energy and stuff like that is based off psychic energy. And so the chaos gods feed off of psychic energy. That's what gets their rocks off. They survive purely on psychic energy. And ooh, way too much. And so all this stuff is happening. The elves, remember we talked about the space elves earlier? Space elves have just been living on their little craft worlds, their little perfect worlds, and they're kind of living a hedonistic lifestyle. So they're like partying and doing all sorts of crazy stuff, and it's just getting more and more extreme. Think Fall of Rome. Tell me about the guys who are melting alive trying to shovel radioactive coal fuel into some kind of ship engine. I mean, that kind of does and doesn't happen in Warhammer. Except the ship engine is the Empire of Man, in which case, yeah, that's just them shoving people into a war effort. Okay, I want these plates a little beat up, but not too scuffed, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, they live this hedonistic lifestyle, and what happens is, because they're putting all this energy and psychic thought into their lifestyle, space, time, and reality rip. It rips asunder. I watch Warhammer 40k explained videos on TikTok. Yeah, no, they're good. I don't know anything about Warhammer 40k except that I learn on TikTok. Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. It's once you actually break into the lore. I would recommend, if you have YouTube, look up Baldermort. He does a lot of like non-canon, but like he explains a lot of stuff. So it's like storytelling, and it's really good. Anyway, they live a hedonistic lifestyle, and at this point there are 3 chaos gods that exist at that time. There's Nurgle, which everyone calls him Papa Nurgle. It doesn't mean anything. It's just him showing attentive care and focus to his subjects that he's working on. He's the god of disease and pestilence. There's Khorne, the god of war. There's Tzeentch, which is the god of knowledge and power and stuff like that. And they kind of all go back and forth and they fight each other, as well as trying to take over the physical domain of man. And then because of this, because of the elves and their bad, horny habits, they created a whole different god called Slaanesh. Slaanesh is the god of excess and perfectionism, as well as horny habits. So that happens. They get a big, bad, horny bonk. And literally a lot of their worlds, Papa Nurgle is the god of disease. Yep, big old Papa Nurgle. Then Slaanesh comes into existence, and she craves elf souls, because that's what brought her into existence. Those gosh darn horny elves. And that throws everything out of whack. The elves are now like just being devoured. These things that were eternal, they died and then they would come back. This is no longer happening. They would die, and then horny Slaanesh would eat their souls. That's all she craved. She'd turn them into her servants and whatnot. That's all she wanted. The elves formed 2 different factions. There was these hedonistic elves that continued their lifestyle, which became raiders and stuff like that. They were the dark elves. They'll take people. They'll do whatever they want. They don't care. Rules don't apply to them. They're the big horny elves. Then there was known as the good elves, the craft world elves, that just retreated to their planet, and they lock their souls into shards. And they try not to interact with too much of anyone else, because they just want to do their thing. So we went over orcs, we went over the horny elves. Oh, we haven't gone over Tyranids yet. Oof. Tyranids, within the galaxy, they were attacked by giant tentacle monsters, which are the Tyranids. Those are pretty self-explanatory. It's a hive mind that its soldiers, essentially it's the equivalent of capitalism. Horny elves are best elves. Man, they're terrifying. They go on slave raids and stuff, and they capture people. I gotta keep locking my arm, or stop myself from locking my arms in. I go over here and get the bubble lids. And they capture everyone. They do their little horny stuff. Tyranids, space sentient tentacle monster boys. Tyranids are pretty cool. They're the equivalent of capitalism. They're just the embodiment of capitalism, I should say. So their whole thing is it's biomass extraction. They'll attack planets and they'll just literally like regurgitate and suck up biomass. That's their only thing. So like they'll kill people and then drag them to their pits and suck them up into the sky. So it's just capitalism. Gains, loss and gains is all they care about. If they're losing too much, they'll just leave a planet. But it's very calculated, the planets that they do attack to begin with. The risk to reward. But otherwise it's like brain dead, hive, run them around, munch them up. We went over Necrons already. I think Necrons are pretty dope. Went over the history of humans. Oh, humans also hate technology. So how they make their robots, their servitors, they literally like lobotomize people and then stick them into these robots because they refuse to do technology. They became super religious. They started worshiping the emperor as a god. It's the god emperor of mankind. His word is law and everything. All this horrible bad stuff, the thing the emperor never wanted. But now he kind of, I think he is turning into a god. Like a chaos god, sorta. But that's the thing about the chaos gods too. They're also the embodiment of good things. So like Khorne is war and death and stuff like that, but he's also technically like the god of courage and bravery and stuff. So it's pretty interesting. We talked about the space dwarves they bumped into, and the space dwarves just kind of wanted to be kept to themselves, but they joined the Empire of Man, so space dwarves are working with mankind. So that's pretty cool. Is 40k history shared with regular Warhammer? No. Fantasy and regular Warhammer are two completely different things. There's no shared history. There's nothing combined and added together. It's all 100% unique. 100%. Like, they share the fact that there are humans, dwarves, and stuff like that, and elves. But beyond that, no. Get some nice brighter red on his leg. Just go over that crease there. I do want some nice deeper red, brighter red on his headpiece. So we'll actually probably use just a little bit of this Evil Sunz Scarlet just to get a little tighter red in some spots. Just to edge highlight some stuff. But yeah, everyone's kind of the bad guy in 40k. There's no like inherently good guy. I didn't touch in on the Tau. The Tau essentially are fish people that kind of rapidly evolved through like psychic power of one of their castes. They adhere largely to like a caste system, kind of like a. In India, they have caste systems. So like a lot of the concepts for Taos are like mech battle suits and like a lot of like Japanese influence and like I said with the caste system like Indian influence. So it's pretty cool. I like the Tau the most. They believe in the greater good. There's some screwy stuff that happens with them where you're a little like, maybe their psychic guys ain't that great. But I just think that's filthy human propaganda. So I just want to add another light, real light coat. This man's dome. We're just kind of lightly brushing it on. Again, I want a good visual from above. That's where you're looking at these characters. You're not looking at their booties. We're not looking at the booties, chat. We're looking at them domes. And just I'm gonna give his little cod piece a little voom. You'd be looking at this piece, you'd be like, dang, what's up, Mr. Marine? You looking good today. Getting all flustered in here. I kind of work the arm back on. I want to see what this guy looks like all together now. Here we go. How's the audio, by the way? I hope it's coming through okay. It's decent. The head. That's what we want to focus a lot on. I'll probably add another light layer once that dries of just this Evil Sunz. Kind of give it a little more lighter touch from the top. It's all thin layers, baby. Okay, there we go. And then, so we went over the Tau, we went over the orcs, we went over the humans and their descent into madness. Believe it or not, this is not Sparta, it's just madness. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, I just want to add a little dabble. Just dabbling. This is a contrast paint. This goes good when you want to add a little bit of layer. Tell me about the most Warcrimey Warhammer 40k thing that you felt was warranted. Okay, so there are different, like it's super warranted. So it's even the humans have something called Exterminatus, where they literally just bombard a planet from orbit and they wipe it out. Or like they'll just like cull an entire group of people. So there are different Space Marine chapters that specialize in certain things, and these guys, these aren't them, but there's a faction called the Grey Knights, and the Grey Knights do a thing where they just fight demons and chaos. That's their whole thing. They love killing demons. It's the only thing that gets them up in the day. And so then they go on their little war escapades and they wipe out as many demons as possible. But occasionally when demons attack like a human planet, what the Grey Knights do is they actually like kill everyone. Like even the humans after they pacify, because they can't take the risk of them being like turned demon, you know? Or like the forces of chaos returning because, you know, a secret cult got placed or something like that. So then they do what's known as Exterminatus, and they literally wipe everyone out. They cull the entire planet. They're like, well, we don't want to come back. So, oof. And then you just watch whole planets of people getting wiped out. Here we go. It's kind of nutso. So like you can kind of see the difference. Again, the camera brightens it up just a little bit compared to like the back. That's if we hold it right like here. Hold it closer to focus. So it's like a bedtime story. All right. The The factions of Warhammer 40k are arguably all of them bad, all of them evil, all of them just the big no-no guys. Except that's what I was saying with the orcs. The orcs' intentions, none of it is evil. Like, they're just doing their thing. They don't even care. Take it as a compliment. I will, Rosie. Thank you for stopping out. It's good seeing you again. Good hearing from you. I miss a lot of you guys. Like I say, we're transitioning over to YouTube. So if you're in the Discord, follow through on there. Give that a like and follow if you'd like. And like and subscribe. It would help us out greatly as we continue our adventures into time. A little more on the dome there than I wanted. Once it gets a little too wet, it just starts to slip and slide. So instead of continuing to mess with it, we're going to give it some time to just dry. So if we look at the face, oh, see, it's definitely more on the one side. But that's okay. We're just going to boop, just a tiny little drop. Nothing. We're going to wipe off most of the excess there on our thumb. And we'll go back over. If you put on real thin layers, they dry really quick. So it's easy to kind of like do a whole bunch of like real thin, easy layers. Opposed to like thick, globby layers. You don't really want thick, globby layers. They don't dry well. Doesn't end well for anyone. That we don't want that. So when this dries, that layer will show through. Otherwise, a lot of it just looks like wear and tear. You kind of touch up on that skull. I want to get in the crease before their brow. Just a real tiny amount. But yeah, getting into Warhammer 40k is very intimidating. It's a very intimidating thing to start to follow. Visor. We're going to leave his cheeks nice and dark. His face cheeks. I know you guys are wondering. Booty cheeks we're also going to leave nice and dark. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's looking primo. Looking good. We want to recess all the stuff. I don't have anything glued down on these guys other than their chests. In which case it's going to get redone up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is what we need. Those hot highlights. And so yeah, you can kind of paint them however you want. There's like some rough guidelines, like some stickler will probably be like, hey, you know, technically their whole knee guard is painted, so, you know, realistically. But see, I like that little flange there they have on their knees, and I like painting it a separate color. It really makes the leg pop. I'm not going to just paint it all black. I didn't spend all this money on these pieces just to cover them all in black gookiness, you know? That's my hard stance on the subject. Like there are rules, but like I feel like a lot of people break the rules. Do you see what I did there? I actually put the paint on the edge where I wanted it brightest, and then I took most of the paint off and I wiped it, and then I just started I started what's known as dry brushing, where I'm just kind of moving some of the paint around. There's no added water or anything, just to kind of help filler it out a little. Take a little more of this off. But yeah, I don't necessarily like painting the orcs, but lore-wise, I like the orcs. Any good Primarchs? Can't spell. There are a few good Primarchs. They stayed. There's a bunch of them that actually stayed. Some of them are dead, like the Primarch Sanguinius, which is in charge of these red guys here, are Blood Angels. This is the chapter that I choose to do. In the tabletop game, the chapters have their own unique rules and rule sets, so they do different things. So they get different abilities, kind of, sort of. So like my guys are pretty cool because they can do a lot of real nifty stuff. Sanguinius was kind of like an angel. It was a very Beauty and the Beast thing. He was like an angel, but there was something called the Blood Rage in them where they get a little crazy and a little carried away. So they kind of have to perpetually keep themselves in check, and they carry themselves with a level of dignity and honor. The Space Marines are a lot like knights of yore, if you would, like the old knights where like they adhere to a code, but boy oh boy, they'll murder you if they feel like it, though. Like the real knights of yore, not like the fantasy, like, oh, they were great guys, when realistically they were like tribal warlords that just knew how to carry the right hat on them at the right time. I still have to edge out that shoulder. I forgot. Edge that one, like I said. Woman right, brother. We're just gonna. And I'm not being super careful because I'm also not. I want to get a layer from the edge, so it leaves when you dry brush like this and you rub the whole brush. They don't make them like they used to. Oh, like the Primarchs and stuff. The old Marines. Yeah, they have actually do better now. There's now the Primaris Marines, which are a genetic modification. So a lot of the technology from like when Marines and stuff got made and stuff like that, it's all been lost. And the human race has really just been holding on to technology, and they view everything as kind of like a sin. So creating new technology is a sin. So if they lost toasters and someone just showed up one day, they just like, nope, you're a heretic. If the Emperor of Mankind wanted us to have toasters, he would have created them. Unless they find like a tech blueprint. And if they find a tech blueprint, then they're like, it was the Emperor's will. What they do, they blame a lot of it on the will of the Emperor, when realistically it's not. But yeah, you just get straight up murdered. And then there was a guy that made new Primaris. Everyone's a little sussed out by him. They're like, bro, even the Emperor of Mankind didn't make this. Where'd you get this knowledge? So everyone thinks he's working, colluding with demons and stuff, and it's a whole thing. Like when I say there's a lot of lore for this, and it's a lot kind of like real life, it's because it really is. Like there's a lot of hearsay, stuff that's like confirmed can also just later on be like, nope, actually turns out that was a lie. They're just like, nope, that was a lie created by the liberal media. It gets pretty wild. Oh yeah. Getting the creases. No, wrong crease. I'll never forgive myself. Here we go. What we're gonna do is we're actually just gonna, just like I did there, I'm gonna take most of it off. We're just gonna boop, 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 boop. It's just gonna get the knuckles. Like I said, a lot of that guard here, just like on our other Marine, we're gonna do in a gold, because gold does not permeate that well. So like it'll cover everything else up, and you won't see any of it, I swear. Swear to you, chat, you won't see it. This video, for those that are tuning in, will also be on YouTube after this upload. after this stream, we'll swap over. I don't know how long we'll do this, but I'm probably spending way too long, like per marine. There are people that want to like spend only a couple minutes on each like one of their guys like this. I generally take a little longer. I enjoy the act of painting it, so I like taking my time. A little meticulous like, you know? Let me get the edge of this. Oh yeah, we went over the black, but that's okay because we got to redo the black anyway. So it doesn't even matter if we screw it up. And it does. I'll remember this on my deathbed. And I know one of you in chat would be like, hey, remember that time that you really screwed up and that Blood Angels and that Marine? You remember that? All of chat remembers that. Then I'll cry and then I'll die and you'll have seen me past, knowing true sadness, true defeat. Your move, Twitch chat. Your move. Keep working in the corner. I gotta remember to get out of my corner. Get out of your corner, Zio. Feel free to yell at me, chat, if you see me in my corner. Like I said, I like really defined shoulder guards. I like putting a nice bit of red on them. Oh, man. Goofed again. And even though you're dry painting and stuff like that, remember just to rinse your brush off occasionally, because that pigment and that ink is going to dry in your brush. We don't want that. It's the opposite of what is good. You don't want a wet, a clumpy brush. George Washington once said that. You get a clumpy brush. Be aware of your clump. Be aware of the clumpening. All right, I think that's pretty beautiful. I think I kind of knocked that one out of the park. I think I'm one of the world's best painters. I've already mastered it. I've mastered painting. I'm essentially the best to ever exist. So, you know. Should I do their feet? I feel like maybe do like a no, I'm gonna put mud. Excuse me. So I'm gonna do the bases up and stuff too, where I'm gonna do like rocks and I'm gonna do kind of dirt. So people like scaling the bases off of like where the Marines actually fought and stuff like that. I'm probably gonna do that, where I'm gonna make it kind of like a clay / dirt and use it based off their home planet. And kind of have that set up. I think that's gonna look real slick. Should we do the eyes right away? One little dollop. Shake your paints, otherwise they start to separate. If there's multiple pigments in each one, the pigments will actually separate, in which case you'll have literally swirls, so your consistent like swiping won't actually be there, as well as the medium. Do orcs paint? No, they don't. I mean, other than like they paint things on their vehicles and stuff, so like in terms of that, but like they're a society built entirely around war. There are no female orcs either. So orcs do paint. Like their mechs look like that. So they're very comical. Like I was saying, like it's just like pieces of metal slapped on things. And that's kind of their go-to. That's how they get what they want. All right. Like I said, before I forget, we want to get some more black on there. Some of it like clumped right on the Doober. Don't you hate it when it clumps on your Doober? But the orcs don't like do a lot of stuff recreationally, like they fight. Orcs also have a really interesting economy. The orc economy consists of teeth. But because their teeth degrade so fast, like there's never an overabundance of teeth. So they don't have a super sophisticated economy. Pretty simplistic. We're going to swap brushes. Pretty sure I use a different green. Well, this might be it. A little bit darker, but it's fine. It's fine. Don't mind me as I intensely focus. Eyes are difficult, man. Oh, I kind of goofed that one. Be fine. Take the arm off. Just a little doob. That's all we need. One doob. Slightly wetted brush. A lot of people that like I see when they do their marines, they add green on the outside to give it a better like glow effect. You can do. See how I like got it on the underside a little bit there? It's to give it that better glow. The Warhammer 40k power armors and war caskets are my favorite armor models in RimWorld. Yeah, those ones are pretty cool. I don't know if you've played with Combat Extended and played the Warhammer 40k. The Dark Eldar, the Dark Elves that come and attack you, they have shuriken throwers. And those things will bleed you out in like a matter of minutes. Like if your guy gets hit with them and it gets to any flesh contact that isn't blocked by armor, you die. It's really rough. But I like playing as the Tau as them because they have pulse weapons and energy weapons. So you pretty much just like, you never kill anyone. You just knock them out repeatedly. It's kind of beautiful. It's a fun one. I'll give you that. All right, I am going to add... I feel like I lightened that one up a little too much. So again, like I was saying, you can kind of go back and keep doing it. So if there's something you're not happy with, continue being unhappy with it and go back and redo it. No one can stop you. Literally, do you see anyone around me stopping me? No. Do whatever you want. Maybe contrast. Like to spend channel points stop you? Nope, can't even do that. Stop that man. No. Oh, getting in the corner again. All right, there we go. Pretty well beat up a little bit. Next time, next time. I'm going to paint now. I shall paint now. His gun shall be black. And we're just going to pop the old arm off, as one does. You ever just have a day where you just tie to your arm, so you just rip that bitch off? There are people like, are you going to paint it like a metallic color, or, you know, or what? No. Base it in black. I think there's a song. Does it say paint it gray? No, it's paint it black. Come on. Get with the program. Duber. That's how I measure my paint in dubers. One of the other things, if you can see it behind me on top of the shelf, is a jug that is dandelion wine. We made wine. Which then got me going, well, if we can make wine, might as well make weed. Weed? Mead. I mean, you could grow weed. Again, nothing's stabbing me. We're making mead. Sure, I'm butchering it, but we're making one that's technically a melomel, which is like a mead with fruit in it, and one of them's just a standard mead. That's gonna take a while, and once it's done fermenting, I'll have to give it a try and let you guys know how it is. Then I'll just start my whole thing where I'm just gonna start making mead. Consuming vast quantities of it so I could be like my Viking ancestors. There's a few things I saw where people were making mead. So essentially, if it's a fruit, by the gist of it, you could turn it into a mead or add it to a mead. I saw one where a guy did mead with tomatoes. Remember, tomatoes is a fruit. This requires absolute concentration. There we go. Look at that gun. But you're thinking, but Zio, it's just a black blob now. What are you gonna do? Well, chat, appreciate questions. Really. Shows you care. Shows you trying to understand what's happening. I appreciate the heck out of that. We're gonna zhuzh this gun up. You know, you give it a few zhuzhy characteristics. And we're just gonna dab it in there. Zhuzh. The act of zhuzhing. Again, something no one will see, but I will know of my own transgression. Again, get the ink off there, or pigment, I should say. I didn't realize how intense acrylic pigmentation is, and the wide variety that is available for the average user. Like I was like, black is just black. Like, no way, man. Different colors have different layers of pigmentation to them. It is nuts. Never would have thought any of that. Not my wildest dreams. Again, small layers. See, it's watered down, and I'm going over it. Just real fine layers. I'm not getting crazy. Not getting wild with it. I'm not covering up the edge. We're pressing the brush down in front of the edge and then walking it there. Think of like mopping a floor, you know? You don't just shove the mop directly in the corner. You press the mop down, then you work it into the corner. You do the red on this corner. There we go, we got that. Down and work it over. You'll find stuff. We're not just jamming it right to the corner right away. Too much. A little liquid. Look up most of that process. We got rid of a lot of our ink, pigment. This makes it more of a nice watered down layer, which is going to help define that crease better than if I just use the pigment itself, because the water is going to fill that crease in, right? Whereas the water, whereas the pigment would just go exactly where I push it, and it's just going to glob up there. Adding that water layer there helps kind of thin it out, and then it acts more like water where it spreads over the surface a little bit better. Just like that. Nice clean, well, cleanish. I know on the camera you could see it down in that bottom, in that crease, but with the naked eye, like that right there, that variation where you can kind of see the red, with the naked eye, I can't really see that. Like if I look real closely, plus there'll be an emblem on the arm, so it'll all coalesce just fine. Ooh. Red still poking through there. Again, the camera's picking up a lot more than what the naked eye can even perceive on it. I want a little more lighting on the hand. I'm looking at it now. Let me put it together. I'm not going to look at the hand separately. So he's holding the gun back like this. I have to put a little more focus on the elbow. And if he's like this, that hand's going to be real visible. So the same thing that I did with the head, where I added a lot of that lighter paint, I need to now do that on the hand. So we're going to go back for some more of that Evil Sun's red. Make sure we have all that black off our brush. Drag it through there. got most of it off. Just a little drop. Wipe most of it off. Like I said, this is what we're doing. It's just called dry brushing. Dry brushing doesn't refer to the acrylics being dry or not having liquid in them or anything. It just refers to the fact that there is no water on my brush when I do it. So it doesn't bleed out. It's just a very minute amount of paint that we're just very carefully spreading around. That one has a little liquid to it. Just a tiniest little doober on my brush. Tiniest little guy. And even then, wiping half of it off. Oh, who knew? Gonna go over it, both sides. See, the thing with dry brushing like this too, because you're not pressing the brush down, it doesn't get in the seams and creases. So like if we do here, it kind of tries to hang up on the edges really well. Maybe I need to redo the camera setting. It looks a lot more even on my end than it does on there. Again, tiny, take most of it off. And I want to get the inside. Just on the elbow. Bring it in. Dry brushing is really good at making hands look good, because you're just barely touching over the surface of the fingies. And it helps when you have little uneven edges. You need to kind of dry brush over it. It looks real nice. Get most of that off. I'm going to do one last little thing of black. Real tiny. Kind of went over it. Our own fault, not listening to our own advice. Don't go right to the edge, push it in. Doesn't need to be 100%. It's inseam on an arm, my friends. Arm inseam is not that important. So now we're starting to look real good. This is the primed red piece of blob, remember? Now we're starting to look real good. Still got to get the pouches with a different coloration. But again, I'm not as worried about that. Now, close up our paints. We don't want to leave them open. Now we're going to do a little more dry brushing. Vallejo gunmetal. Not silver. Okay, we're going to swap back over here to our wide boy. You don't need a lot of this paint because it spreads like crazy. So we're just going to pick our little wide boy here. Get the bristles wet, loosen them up. They don't just absorb all that paint. Just the tip. Just makes the metal stand out. Doing it over this gray. Again, working in the corner. Can again take the arm off. And it's wherever you want the model to be at, you know? What is your level of completion? What is your level of done? If it's something you're looking for game, like just game ready, something you could pull out and get it going, like you want a game together tomorrow, like I think you could slap them together physically. Do a base coat of paint if you really need it. All right. So here we go. Look at that. Painting that in black and then doing that layer over it. You see the difference between doing the gray on the arm and then the black on the gun? So you can actually tell them apart. Once you start putting that gunmetal on, it starts to blur the line because you're putting on another layer of paint that isn't very opaque, so you can't really see through it. So you want to be real careful not to overdo it. We're not done with this just yet. I want to get the arms of an angel. All right, we're gonna get all that off there. I need to get in with the fine tuner now. A lot better. Having that crust on there stand out instead of it just being a black blob. It's just a little. This paint is like really thick. The other thing too, no two paints are the same. They're worlds apart. Getting and understanding your paint, pretty important. Maybe do the head crust in gold. Give it that extra little edge to really make it pop. I set it down on there. Look what happened. I set it down on there and now he's got splotches on him. That's not good. We're going to get rid of those splotches. We're going to do that I'm gonna redo the back of it. That's on me. Should be aware of where you're setting stuff down. Sometimes you make mistakes. But you gotta learn. You gotta start somewhere. There we go. Got that covered up. Maybe I should lower the camera. Pretty high up. Let's go low. How low can you go? Is this better? Might be a little bit better. Close-up angle. We're getting there. So I do want to put, again, more gunmetal on, just at least the teeth of the chainsword here. I mean, what's there not to love about these guys? They have chainswords. Don't forget the little teefies on the front. If you have an aversion to getting paint on you, this is not the hobby to get involved with. You will get painted up, dirtied, soiled, if you would. Very chainswordy now. Now you couldn't even tell. I did choose to do that one in gunmetal. So now we're going to take the silver. Now we're going to go for some silver. Just like the gunmetal, a little thicker. You do need to be slightly careful with it. They're 2D objects. Make sure to get like the sides of the skull and everything. A little sloppy, but it'll be fine. I notice when using a lot of like the gunmetals and steel metals, make sure to really get your brushes good. The glitteriness likes to stick in there. We don't necessarily want that. The gold and silver and gunmetal I put all right next to each other, just one little daub. Doesn't need much. There are ways you could do it when assembling all your pieces. You could do it like one color at a crack. So I could be taking the gold and doing a lot of the emblems all at once. Like how I'm doing this right now. I could be doing all their arm cards like this. Comes down to what you want. You have the time, you want to knock them all out as one, or if you want to put that extra TLC like I do. Some people like to just assemble them. There's nothing wrong with that. Some people like to assemble them and get it ready for game right away. Some people, it's not about the painting. They don't enjoy this aspect of the hobby. I like to think of myself pretty lucky. I do enjoy all aspects of the hobby. I enjoy playing the game. I enjoy painting the pieces. They all have their merit and their own reward. There. Nice little arm guard. Yeah, you see a couple spots right there where it kind of missed and slopped off, but that's totally fine. No one will notice that. Ooh boy. We can redo it. Got that, Duber. Dub, how's it going? How doeth thee? I'm well, my friend. How are you? How's lacrosse? We are live, laugh, luffing it, my friend. Doing a little bit of painting. Oh, man. Suck. A little dry brush action there. Not bad, keeping busy. What are you painting? This would be a Warhammer piece. Right now, I was just painting an arm, but it's a part of the guy, like such. Mini driving wheel. Still a long ways to go. Largely red. We want to give it a little bit more, like some browns and stuff like that. I don't have too many browns, so we're kind of limited in our selection choice. Well, here I still have the orcs up. That's kind of what we're going for. This is a player piece. This is a piece that can be played with. I'll be back in just 1 second. I have to go use the restroom. All right, I'm back. I went and ate food and got coffee as well. I'm really good at multitasking. Food is good. I also had to make a point to get coffee and make coffee because I bought a large thing of creamer. My wife went on a giant rant because she's the only one that drinks it. So I have to make a point just to prove her wrong. Because that's what marriage is, proving the other person wrong continuously. Limited on our browns. We could just get a supplementary brown in. I refuse to let her believe that she has won that argument. Simply refuse. Won't allow it. I won't stand for it. I won't sit for it either, but I specifically will not stand for it. I'm actually going to do two little things here. Yep. Not shake you good enough? You didn't come out brown, you came out orange. These two Dobs, that orange Dob, that brown Dob, same vial. Always shake. Always shake. There's separation of pigments. You could do it more than 3 times. It's not playing with yourself, it's just taking care of the pigments. A little bit of this. Big glob of this. Big glob. I'm not gonna wash this off yet, but we're just gonna show you what I'm going for. We get a consistency between the two colors that I enjoy. A little darker. Zhuzh it up, bougie it up just a hair. A bit better. Might even add just to that in there. Oh yeah, that's looking good. Turn it into an ASMR stream. I'm just gonna breathe heavily at you guys. Oh yeah, look at that right there. Oh, that's the stuff. Again, this is why we took the arms off. We ain't gotta get nothing all mucked up. Gonna get his nice little butt pouch here too, where I imagine he keeps all of his toiletries and stuff. That looks like perfect butt napkin size. You have to be perfect. Just near perfect. Perfect adjacent. We even have a top of the holster. Let me make sure we get that too. Not real good at getting leather consistency. I think that's decent. Again, we don't want anything sticking to our brush. We're just gonna get the back again. How's everyone's day? How's everyone been since the last time I saw you guys? Been many a moon. Hope everyone's doing well. Like I was saying, wound up getting going on our honeymoon. I quit my job. The great job hunt has begun. Except I've been real picky about what places I go to and from. A little bit of a darker brown in there to add the crease for a little accent. Again, no one's really going to be looking at the butt to look at the holster. No one's going to be like, let me see up in the butt of your character. Like, so that one doesn't really need, like, from all angles, make sure it looks good. Like, I'm looking from here. See? Top down. You don't play from the character's butt. I mean, technically you can. No one's saying you can't. But no one will ever comment. He's gonna know. I really like that dirt line that's in that crease right there by his front pouch, so I'm just gonna kind of leave it. I'm gonna kind of dab around it. Bottom, again. One of those things that isn't super essential. No one's ever gonna judge you for it. No one's ever gonna get all up in your grill about it. I want just a little. Alright, then we're gonna go for some of those darker browns. And a little bit of a highlight, maybe like this bottom piece is actually brown. Like a Busta brown, if you would. Kidding. That's nice edging there with that. Don't worry, I'll do a little bit of earth shade on there. Just realize all I have is over here is Nuln Oil. I'm gonna have to go grab the earth shade. 2 seconds. Alright, I'm back again. We got a nice Agrax Earth Shade. Make sure we get all that brown out of there. I don't want that bleeding into any other coloration because it's really going to saturate in there. Like I was saying, always be careful how your brushes dry. The way they dry is how they hold for forever. See, if you notice with Earthshade, it adds kind of a brownish, dirty look to it, whereas like the Nuln Oil that you can add is more like just a raw black. This is kind of the same thing, except it adds, like I said, just that little bit of dirtiness. I don't want to leave any liquid where it might dry. Cross stitch there. Or it might dry and leave kind of some nastiness and nasty looking. I want it to sit on the recesses of the holster. As well as back. Do the same thing with the front up front. So the problem, or the thing with this wash is it's going to sit in the creases because it's largely watered down with some pigment in there. And so what it does is it adds that extra layer, that level of depth we've been missing. Add stuff like that. Oh, I forgot the groin line. Works really good at filling in gaps like by the armor right here. Little inseam. I want the boots to look really dirty. These are soldiers running through mud. This isn't a happy fun time. This will add like a layer of dirtiness to everything. See what we did there? kind of grime it up a little. Make it look like he's actually been doing something rather than just hanging out, talking to friends. I think that looks pretty good, but I feel like this back angle could probably use a little more. Okay, like I said, it just kind of fills in. You just want to make sure you don't leave any dollops or blobs anywhere. You want doing this, how it kind of like spreads out. It'll lower it all by like 1 tint, but it's kind of worth it. You don't want it to sit on anything. If it sits on it, it gets real gross real quick. Go here too, get them heels. This I do want to sit on it. Like I kind of want that to blob up there on the bottom just so it's specifically like the back ends of a boot, you know? They're gross. And just kind of getting more off in that crease. Not super necessary, but I enjoy doing it. Especially closer to the bottom of the boots, I want it to look dirtier. You know, on the legs and stuff like that, it's going to get a little grimier, a little grubbier. Even here in his face mask, I feel then distortion there. That's masks that aren't perfect in my mind. Just want to touch it up. Again, we were talking about touching up before. You can do that anytime. Nothing's stopping you from doing touch-ups. No one's going to pop out like, hey, this is the touch-up police. That's what I was going to do. Gold here. A little bloop of gold. Right on that. Quad lead insignia. That looks good. There are people that like, you know, it's whatever style you like, especially for your Marines and whatnot. That comes down to whatever you prefer. So some people like them really basic. They like the old school look, the old school models. Me, I kind of like this nuance, the newer look. In my mind, I think they look a little cooler, but it is more work to do it. So, another thing we're going to do is we're going to muss some stuff up. We need to dry brush it. I'll just retire that brush right now. Like I said, we need to dry brush it. We're not really wanting to add a lot of sparkle. We just want a little bit of wear and tear on the edges. Things that rub together. And right near all the dark spots actually makes it pop out a little more. Gunmetal I normally use. So like on the edges here where the plate would be rubbing against the armor, we're going to want it to stand out a little more. Like over time, paint would just slowly start to wear. I did that on a couple other Marines where I just did it just a hair. Barely notice it too. We're gonna have one little one right by his belly there. Kind of went back to using the gunmetal, just because I think with the scheme that I went for, it just works best. So I added more of like a turn, so like especially around the boots, I had to give more of a used appearance, like the paint's wearing away. We're adding some of that gunmetal down there, where it'll kind of show through. Or, you know, if you're walking in a mech suit, I imagine like legs and feet would be one of the first things to fade away. Tips of the boots from like kicking and hitting stuff, like some steel toes or something. That's right, I keep forgetting about the crotch piece black. Let's take care of it while we still remember where it is and we don't immediately forget. Too much water. A lot of water there, but it should be fine. Hopefully it dries nice and even. The more water you add, it might just take a little longer, but there isn't enough where it might actually like pool. I am going to earth shade the arm one more time. Oh, and that compartment there. Only so much of this you can handle. Like when people do like the long sessions of painting, like I commend them like no other. I don't think I could do this for like a 24-hour stream. Level of focus is ridiculous. Add a little bit of the gunmetal. This edge done. Whew. All right, then we'll do a layer of Earthshade on him again. Again, the goal is to help recess some of the spaces. I do want to add a little recessing around the crest on his arm. I'll just make it stand out more instead of it just looking like a gold blob on his arm. Now it actually it levels out and it looks like crest. Yeah, she's looking good so far. Could do the belt in a different coloration. I don't really see why. I see a lot of people do it in a different coloration. Like, I don't hate it, I just don't love it, you know? Another layer in here. Again, we don't want it pooling. If it pools, it really screws you over. Don't really want to touch the gold either. Once more over the silver, because I feel like the silver really covered in a few holes. We're just gonna, there we go. That adds a little bit more complexity to it. A little bit of wear and tear on stuff like the boots. It's one more Marine. Just like 35. This isn't Expeditions Rome. It's not set as Expeditions Rome, is it? Shouldn't be. How you doing, Fred? You canary lover? Wow. Oh, I had it all set up from one then. I don't know why I would say expeditions. Oh, I was just getting in the zone there. Did up our second Marine. A little Blood Angels, a couple nicks here and there, things to go back and once over. I'll kind of do that with most of the Marines all the way at the end. Ooh, I can also knock it out of my hand. So yeah, we got our little arm going finally. Now that looks really nice and good. Looks a little oiled up, a little juiced. We have all the nicks and wear where we want them. Yeah, she's looking good. Whew. We only have just a couple more to go. Just a few. We're almost there. We're practically done. We're right on the cusp of being done. Take one of our little special units. Oh man, doing the face is gonna suck. Oh, that's right. A lot of these I have to re-glue the antennas on because I like busted them off. Might have joined me on my way to Greece. If I had any free time, I was gonna start painting a little. We never did. Hope everyone's doing great. I hope everyone is doing quite well. Like I was saying before, we kind of did a transition over to YouTube, and we're working on making more content there. I just wanted to, I'm doing the painting streams. I really wanted to do them as live streams. And for community setup and basis and stuff like that, Twitch generally just does it better. I will give it that. I will say the one nice thing there. One downside of having dogs is dog hair gets everywhere. The red man looks awesome. Well, he's believed in, so he's fast. He go fast AF. Talking this guy here. Seven. He's 7 fast. Let's start. Why not? Jump in on another guy. Why not? All right, we're gonna jump in and we're gonna do a little bit of dry brushing. Well, I'm not gonna dry brush with this brush. It's dumb. It's a dumb idea. Whoever thought of that. It's a dumb idea. Well, let's not point fingers. Boop. Just a little bit more than that. A bit bigger of a boop. There we go. Better boop. Wipe some of the excess. A little more excess. There we go. Want a good over the head view. A good top light source. That's too much. Aw, jeepers. That'll be fine. Tell my daughter to yell parkour each time she jumps when I'm holding her hands or running on stone fence or something. Aku! That's adorable. So she just runs around yelling that while she's jumping around. She like jump around on the couch doing that too. Right now my nephew is going to be going to pre-K soon. Or no, just kindergarten? I forget. He's doing one of them. And getting big into zombies right now. Zombies are real cool. You don't want any of the high colors sitting in any of the creases. There we go. Just gonna go like this. Only when we're doing obstacle courses? Like at a dog park? Training your daughter to be a parkour legend. How was the end of your stream, Fred? For those that are here, you should really check out Nerd Rage Fred. He is a great content creator, and if you're here on Twitch and you like good content and you're looking for a little chill stuff to watch, you should really go check him out. I largely lurk in his channel just to be obnoxious. I don't stream. Only always. Unless you wish to see a streamer on a Tuesday, then he's not your guy. Fred, did you fill out the Manor Lords application? I want more crotch highlight here. One more central lighting on this guy. I don't know why I'm doing... I should be doing it this way. Like top down. No, I might just message them instead. It's really closed alpha right now. So they're looking more for alpha testers as opposed to content creators. But you could always still message them and see. I could send you... Did you find their Discord? I'm sure you could look it up. Just say if not, I could send you the link on it. We did our base coating in a darker red, and then we're just dry brushing a lighter red over it. Doesn't have to be crazy good. We're going to wind up painting this with 10 coats. 10 small, thin coats over it. Not made out of time. Giant Citizen Caputo? What? No, they're looking for really early access alpha testers. So like they literally want people to like set time aside to do interviews and stuff like about their alpha testing. So I don't know if you're more shut on time and it's like Sundays and stuff. That's right, you're still young. Dude, I'm like 2 years younger than you. I know Kabuto. Giant Citizen Kabuto. It's not ringing any bells. Well, it's ringing a bell, but it's too far back there. I am getting a Pavlovian thing, you know, where I'm like kind of drooling a little. I don't remember everything always, Fred. I've also been painting for like 3 hours, and painting for 3 hours is like doing anything else for like 10 hours. My mind is so like zoned in. I don't even know where I am right now. This could be like a North Korean prison. I don't even know. Can you remember? You remember? Alright. We're gonna ease up on that. Come out the same year as Gems and such, Devil May Cry 1, Red Faction 1. Just... What was the cover? This looks familiar. I don't know, man. I disassociated most of my childhood. I don't remember most of it. Bits and fragments. Smoke we're gonna want to do gray. Since I have the brown here, maybe I should just start in and get the brown done. But then I'm gonna have to go back and touch up the brown. And I don't want to do that, so I won't. I'm gonna get them eyeballs though. Definitely overshot at that one. Whoa, 100% overshot. It's messy. That's not only going to frustrate me. Trying to think of all like the Devil May Cry era games. Don't dry on me, paint. Don't you die on me. There we go. We got a nice little overglow. That's what we're going to call it. Not I screwed up and I kind of overpainted. It's a glow effect now. We're just glowing up here. I could do the overtones of the black, which already like faded away. All faded to black. Gosh. All right. I did miss doing this stuff on Twitch. I think now I'm in a better frame of mind where I'm at mentally to come back and do this stuff. But I really think for any sort of growth and continuing on, for those that care to know, I do plan on doing a lot more YouTube content as well as diversifying myself with other sites such as the Tic Tac. Way too thick. Way too thick. Why did I go so thick? Thin it out. Get your head in the game, Zio. Playing it too fast, too loose. Playing it fast, loose. You need to focus up. Oh yeah. Get that sweet. I hope you hear that. Sweet brush strokes. Brush stroking intensifies. It's been fun coming back and seeing a lot of people I haven't seen in a long time. Good catching up with everyone. I do miss some of the things about this platform and the community. Grenade will do green, but I have a different greed for that. See you as well, bud. Feels like forever since last. Yeah, it's been more than a couple months. More than a few. Oh, we gotta get the no parts. No, don't paint me there. This is my no square. Just gonna power through it, okay? It's been a hot minute. Good to be back. Good to be doing the things. The start of a long thing. Squatch! Hey, buddy, how you doing? Oh, long time no see. Thank you so much for the raid, bud. How the heck are you? Thank you, buddy. What were you playing? I do a shout out, but my shout out thing isn't working. A lot of my add-ons died in my absence from here. How the heck are you? You came in just at a good time as we paint. Hey, man, I'm doing well. But just very, very tired. I know them feels. Came in at a good time. We're painting Space Marine crotch. Everyone's favorite. Everyone's. What were you playing? I was playing Rogue Tower. Rogue Tower. I feel like that's like either on my wish list or I was watching a thing with it. Oh yeah, that's thick. I regret that. This is our second guy. I've been doing this for a couple hours now. Kind of getting a little fried. I know them feels. But how have you been? What have you been up to? How's everyone else? Welcome everyone else from Squatch's stream. Welcome on in. I'm Zio. I do a lot of strategy content, tactical content, well over on YouTube as well, and a little bit of painting. Starting to get into a new hobby. I like starting new hobbies. I also have wine in the background as well as mead bubbling away over there that hopefully will be pretty good. I can't do one thing for too long. I'll get distracted. So long as the official Space Marines crotch color. Yep. How have you been? It's been a while since I've seen you go live. Yeah, it's been a few. This is my first Twitch stream in a while. I've done a few things on YouTube and kind of kicking that back up and getting that going. And right now we're starting in on some of our Marines. This guy we just painted. Oh no, not this guy. This guy we just painted up. I'll do a little fine tuning with stuff like here along the edge. Got a little edge tear. Normally like to. No, I'll do that later. But yeah, so we just did this guy here. Let me get the camera to focus. Not 100% complete, but he's well on his way. So yeah, the good old crotch color. I'm just doing the tubing as black or their cloth. I imagine this is just like that corrugated tubing that people have for like septic. That's what it looks like. Doesn't really look like cloth. I just want to do it as black. It works well with a gold color combination and silver. Get in the crease. All right, we're definitely gonna have to go over that again in some more red. That's okay. What have you been playing lately? I was looking in your stream, I want to say like 3-4 weeks ago. Were you playing High Fleet again? Forget. My mind has been fried. I wound up quitting my job. I walked out. It was a whole thing. I went on a honeymoon with my wife this past month. We went to Greece. Neat. That looks tedious as hell, though. I don't think I can manage to do that without getting ultra frustrated. My hands shaky like crazy. My hands shake a lot, too. Like, if I just hold them out, I feel like my hands shake a lot. So, like, from my up screen, like, I'm kind of like this, where you get in real close. I've been doing a bunch of MH. World and Risk of Rain. Oh, Risk of Rain. No, that, yeah. Yeah, no, not High Fleet. That sounds familiar. Oh yeah, we're gonna get the, oh, that's too goopy. Too goopy! Got too much goop on his chest. Been there, right? Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so we're back again. Back on more of our antics and our nonsense. I'm just gonna get messy with this black. I don't even care at this point. The reds that we're using are not opaque, so they're gonna cover up anything underneath them. And I feel like I'm wasting a lot of time doing a lot of this fine tuning. I don't really need to be doing fine tuning yet. I need to just be covering it. I'm like wasting too much time with this. Not really wasting time, but you get it. You get it. Okay, that's super sloppy. Like I said, I was gonna power through, but that's too sloppy. We're getting too crazy over here. Gosh dang kids hyped up on Mountain Dew, let me tell you. Yeah, so right now we're in the middle of a job hunt. And I'm being a little selective because, you know, the noose ain't too tight around my neck yet. We're being hyper selective about the jobs that we're applying to and from. So I'm no longer in retail. I don't think I'll ever go back. I'm done with retail. Done with the questions. Done with the hubbub. 11 years. 11 years. Anyway, I'm going to try to take a nap. I'll leave you on the background. So it's good seeing you alive and well. Good luck with the minis. Thanks, Squatch. You take care, bud. Thanks for stopping out. It's good seeing you. Thank you for the raid again. Again, welcome everyone from Squatch's stream. It's a great guy. Yeah, we're just sitting, chilling, painting some stuff up, making sure we're getting all the creases. Before I put this black away, I want to make sure I have everything that we want. I'm going to do the old skull and bones here. We're going to paint that. Doesn't have to be perfect, like I was saying. We already splopped. Means there's going to be a redo of something. We'll do a black underlay, and the reason why we're doing black is we are going to go back over the top of it with a gunmetal, silver, or gold, which again, those are more non-opaque colors, which means they're going to go over the top of it real easy. So being hyper accurate isn't super essential. Let's get the inside of his hand, which is gloved. One of the few Marines that has an actual exposed hand. We'll make sure to screw it up real good. Oh yeah. That's good stuff. That high quality. Let's get the pistol grip. There's the black directly in front of me. We'll paint the holster and everything too. I'm by no means good at painting these. Again, we've been painting only for a little bit. I haven't painted in probably 10-15 years. So be gentle, chat. Be gentle. I did. I glued this arm on. That's one thing I've learned is never glue the limbs on ahead of time. I clearly jumped the gun on these guys. Glued the limbs. Like an absolute fool. Like a fool, chat. Okay, make sure we got them all. Hold on. One more thing we're going to want to get. Most of the ink off. Want to get those little thrusters. We could do it with like a Earthshade and we fill that in there, but I feel like that's a lot of extra work when we can just do that and get it done with. There we go. All right. So to base these, I did all of them in Mephiston Red, which is a pretty standard color for Blood Angels. And then what I did beyond that is I covered them all in a shader. Most of them I just used like panel liner on, which is this stuff right here. It's really caustic, but it's good at filling in creases on characters. You guys want to see some of the other characters I've done recently? So I brought them over. First of all, I'll show off the greatness of the stuff that my wife does. Get it actually in focus. This is one of the orcs that my wife is working on. It's not done yet, but she's much better than me. My wife's a fantastic artist. And then some of my first ones that I did, I actually started with the Tau, in which case these aren't that great, but they're better than not, you know. So those are some of the first ones. I brought over by the time I started getting slightly better with it, this would be the squad lead. Looks real interesting, real cool. Because when it comes to 40k lore, I really like the Tau the most. And then this is the new color scheme that I'm going to go with for most of them. I still need to do layering on the fabric once I'm a little more comfortable and figure out how to do that. I'm going to start working at that point. But this is going to be kind of, I'm doing more like a forest camo on them. Like a beige coating on the clothing. So yeah. But then I took a break from that and I started working on my wonderful, fun Marines. This guy I like the arm. I did fantastic on the robot arm. I feel like when I do Necrons, it's going to be so easy. There's a few things on here, like I need to get the beige on the actual, like, the seals and stuff on them. I think he's looking good so far. All right, let's... Ooh, I did miss a spot. Look at that. All that talking. It made me realize I missed a spot on the other side. The crotch plate. Make sure to fully seal your crotch plate, chat. You need a good, perfectly sealed crotch plate. Otherwise, what are we even doing here? You know? Again, back to the crotch, where we're spending a lot of time there. I keep saying it, I'm like, don't worry about your minis, especially from a bottom-up situation. You're never going to really see your minis from that light. And then what do I spend half my time in, guys? The crotch. They can have an incomplete crotch. No one else will know. But I'll know. I'll know. No, I'm not shading yet. Stop it. Getting ahead of myself. All right. Actually, I'm going to go for the Vallejo Blood Red, which will add a little warmth to this character. Warmth. We're just going for a nice and easy breezy, beautiful cover girl approach. And I just want to warm up the character a little because the Vallejo has a little more orange to it. So it gives it a little bit of a warmth when it just has an overcoating on. And we're just going to, like I said, well, we don't really need to get that now, do we? Gonna be painted black in a minute. Gonna get the butt plate. This is getting too wild there. I apologize, chat, for the scene I was creating. There we go. The hair, just a sploop. There we go. There's one sploop's worth. Not exactly dry brushing because the brush is kind of wet, but that's kind of how dry brushing works. So the reason why it's called dry brushing has nothing to do with the liquid. It has to do with the fact that you're using, well, it has to kind of do with the liquid. It has to do with the fact that you aren't adding water to dilute the paint at all. And that you're just simply putting the pigment directly on a pool. Like this. And the reason why you're doing it like this and you're kind of doing a scraping motion is you don't fill in the creases and crevices, so you're really just hitting the high points. We don't want to hit the low points. We just want to hit the high points. That's all we care about. So that's why we're using little daubers at a time, wiping any excess off. Oop, see, like that. So that right there, that's way too much. We need to really spread that out. We're going to put some on the feet, both legs. All right, we're going to zhuzh up the face a little. All right, that'll soak into the legs real good. And that'll act as a nice little one-up layer on there. Maybe I shouldn't have done the black first. Oh well. Say live and learn, but I'm only just living. I'll make this mistake 100 more times. All right, there we go. Gonna go up by the neck. Get that neck real good. Sorry, you guys get to listen to me breathe real heavy. I'll work on a better setup for this. You don't have to listen to me heavily breathe into my mic. I'm occasionally nice like that. Believe it or not, I don't want you guys to suffer through listening to that. I just need a little more. I just need a fix to get me through to the morning. Yep, we need to do the arm as well. Again, I want that little bit of warmth on there. You really want these guys to have that warm, inviting feel. So it looks like they're ready to give you a hug before they murder a whole bunch of Xeno filth. All right. We're looking like we have a nice coat layer. This camera, let me see if I can turn it down, that helps. So like without the light on there, this is closer to what it looks like. So like without the light blaring on it, they're a little dimmer. So it's kind of hard to portray with the camera. I'm going to have to work on some of the settings. I literally got the camera that's doing this, the 60 FPS camera. Very nice. Ooh, look at that. All the frames, not missing a beat. That's probably closer to what it is. But extra light while I'm painting is always better. Delicious. All right. So we got that. Got the blood red. And there's another layer of red. You think we're just going to do one type of red, one layer of red? No, we're still going to put Evil Sunz Scarlet on there. That's how we get a bunch of those nice, crisp. If you look over in the shoulder guard, how... Come on, focus up. How that red is, you can barely see. Let me lower it back down a little. Just gonna dim the lights a little. How the red up here on the shoulder guard is different from that of the head. And yep, all those little dings and scrapes on there, I want to leave that stuff. I don't want to, the reason why I went so thin on the top of the head, so they look like they've actually been doing stuff. That was intentional scuffing. But how those are two different colors, I want that nice red to show up on some of the guards and stuff like that, just to help cover things up. Sorry. Didn't mean to shake you guys, my bad. All right, from here, we're not gonna go to the red. I want to get the smoke. By doing that, I just repeat smoke and I invoke the smoke. Remember that, chat, just invoke the smoke. So like we were doing before, we had to mix and match our own white. Ignore the sound. We're going to mix and match our own white. Maybe... actually do a little bit of this. Base of the smoke. Doesn't need to necessarily be consistent. Because it is smoke, and smoke doesn't come out one consistent value. So we are going to mix it up and we're going to muddy it down. And then we're going to go over the edges of it with white. That's right. Don't mind the bird screeching in the background. It means you no harm. It's a lie. She means you a lot of harm. Just a very aggressive bird. Got a lot of... Go to therapy. Therapist said, I thought you were here for a person. No, it's our daughter. Therapist's like, yeah, your daughter. We're like, yeah, the bird. And the therapist was like, wow, so you call the bird your daughter, and then she opened up a notebook. The thing with Citadel paints, a lot of like their whites and stuff and their bright colors are non-opaque, which means it's kind of hard to do like thin layers and like with the bleeding and stuff like that. You just gotta be careful, man. You gotta be careful, man. So nothing's really gonna like show through. And all paints are different. All pigmentations are different. One bright color from one brand to the next, it's all different. Like they could have the same looking white, but how they come to that value, man, you'll never know. You'll never know. Truly, it is a horror to behold. I don't want any red showing through. That's my thing. My fear is too much red is gonna pop through. Ooh. Drop the brush. I'll try to twirl it and be fancy for you guys. Take a bit of this here black. I'm actually gonna take more of the white and glop it there. Glop it a little further away on our little palette. We're gonna. This isn't really like a white, it's more like a little goldy white. And we're gonna take a little bit of black. That over there. And we're just gonna get a little closer. Filter in more of the white. More. Take the stuff we want. I want to fill a little bit darker. Felt I did it a little too light. And I want the smoke to look like smoke, not ghost puke. Second layer when you have a base of red can always be good. Even though it's opaque and you said it won't show through. Sometimes it does just a little. You catch it in the right light, it alters the shade just a little. Want dark like that. Right, nice and dark. You guys like that? Come on. Focus on my hand. Nice and dark. Probably looks really light for you, but for me, it's nice and dark. What am I doing? Wrong brush. Again, right tool for the right job. Always remember that no matter what job you're doing, the right tool, the right job. This is part of like a $5 paint set from Walmart. Like you can't go wrong. I mean, you can. Don't buy it, maybe not the paint, but the other stuff. You can go wrong if you don't rinse out your brush. That's another thing. If you don't rinse it out completely, it starts bleeding red through. Pro tip from a pro man. It's really in there. Red really sticks. I don't think any more of it's going to come out. I think that's just where it's going to have to be at. We're just going to get a little bit, wipe off most, do a little It's got a little tone to it. Got a little pink to it too, but that's we're not gonna address that. We're just gonna keep going right past that. All right. Where to go from here? I guess I should have just painted the shoulders black while I was on them. I should have properly cleaned that one off. So we did the red. We already did the black, but for whatever reason, I didn't do shoulders. Too cool for school. I like doing the shoulders in black before I do the stencils and stuff over the shoulder. And people were like, you know, they don't all have to be black shoulders. I know. Don't have to do anything. I like it. I enjoy the black shoulders. I do. Truly. Wholeheartedly. There we go. One shoulder. We're going to get the corners and the creases again. We'll push them. Too much. For now. But we will come back again. As I was showing before on my other Marines, I like doing the edging on the shoulders with a slightly, maybe it's my years and years and years of playing World of Warcraft. But I like making the shoulders like a heavy focus on them. Once you go orc spalders, you never go back, baby. That corner might be a pain to get, but we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Again, back to the butt, back to the butt. We spend a lot of time in the butt back here. In the buttular region. Okay. Ooh, one other thing we're going to want to do a little black dot on is the mouthpiece, the wonky piece. Again, something no one else will see. It doesn't have to be 100%. But you'll see it. You'll know it's there. Other people won't, but no one asked them. How's the music volume, by the way, everyone? Is it okay? Do I need to turn it up a little? Looks kind of low. Is that better? Maybe like a 35? From here, where are we gonna go? Can do the coloration. Is that volume too loud now? I don't want to do the shading. The grenade I want to do in a different green. I want it to be separate. I guess I do want to do the shading. Or we do a lot of the going with some Vallejo gunmetal. One little dupe of that. I never really thought about what coloration to do on this. I might do this side of the piece. Okay, so now we got that done up. Then we're going to get our bigger brush and we're going to bigger brush. Bigger brush. We're just going to dry brush and put that gunmetal on. Really don't need a lot. This is very much so a little goes a long way sort of thing. And as we demonstrated on the last piece, base coloring is important. So this isn't just a base black gun. It's going to largely show silvered through it. However, you will 100% see the base color of the gun. So now the gun looks totally different from just the black shoulders, what it was just a minute ago. So big changes. And I don't know if I like that I did that all in silver. Or in the gunmetal. If I do it, I should complete it on the other side as well. It may not be great, but it'll at least be symmetrical. Definitely not the good brush for that. Well, fine point. You do have to be careful with this kind of paint. It does really like to clump. Like a lot. It's a clumpy paint. For those of you that are tuning in, you might be interested in the YouTube content as well. We do videos on just anything tech-wise, where me and my co-host, Pwn Panda, do deep dives into tech as well as video games. We just got that series started. It's a pretty interesting one so far and has had pretty good feedback. We went over game servers so far and like the breakdown for milsims for people who are a little intimidated by them. Try to like help people get into the games that they're looking towards. So kind of stuff that's prevalent in our lives. We kind of want to pass on any knowledge that we have towards everyone else. And, you know, we're just a couple of old farts, so we have a lot of knowledge. Change my mind on that. And do the breather part. Links to that can be found in the Discord, !Discord. I will also be doing a couple series on there as well as some shorter TikTok-based series. Really good stuff, though. We try to cram as much information in the time as we can. We understand you're busy. You want to continue on with your busy day and your busy life. So we try to be as informative and as quick to the point as possible. Try to get a little more red on the nosy part. Alright, I'm gonna add just one little doober more of red. You gotta figure out wherever your cutoff is. And you just stick with it. And if you don't like it, you can always just undo it. Look at that. We made a mistake and we're undoing that mistake. Hey, that looks pretty good. All right. It's ready for the shade. We'll do the shading and then we do one more layer of lighter red shading and then we add some silver. This one was much quicker. This one took us like 30-40 minutes. Or it could have been 10 days. I really have no concept of time on doing this. You guys would let me know if we sat here for 10 days, right? Especially the feet. I get real messy on the feet. So like I do put it on kind of thick. Thick. Don't leave that on there. Anywhere you leave the shade, it will just like sit right on top of it. So do be careful. Don't leave like large clumps of it. You got to keep working the liquid because it dries relatively quickly. At least the pigment settles relatively quickly, I should say. Like there. We don't want to leave it on there. Gotta work it down as quick as possible. Get the groin. We're trying to muddy this guy up a little. That's the goal. Really have the creases stand out, because that's where the magic comes in. That's when a character, when it goes from just being a game mini piece to then it now has life. Once you give it that life, then it becomes something else entirely. Shouldn't have done the earth shade for it, but trying to take off all that Earthshade that I just put on there. Earthshade is, it's got like a brown pigmentation to it, whereas like the Nuln Oil has just a black pigmentation. Generally, if you're just going for some kind of shade, you're better off just going with the Nuln. Dirty up your butt again. There we go. Black in the creases. Again, make sure we're fully covering. We're not leaving little bits exposed. When it gets real sloppy. So again, we've done all this. Now our character's starting to look real dark and dingy, and we're like, man, didn't we just spend all that time lightening them up? What the heck? The whole point of that. Just gonna get them dark and dingy again. Now the jetpacks in particular, I like keeping them dark, like as dark as possible. As nar as possible. I do want to add a little bit of Nuln Oil now. Now that I've done it, now that I've gotten a taste for the proverbial blood, I want to add it to that smoke. But it would look real good. Chunky boy. We are going to go back over this and put one more layer of white down for the smoke. And now I have like coloration on every single piece over here. That's great. Skiz Jr., thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Sorry, I was just answering a quick question from my wife. How you doing today? All right, I'm gonna do one little bit more of that Vallejo Blood Red. Get most of it off, and then we're just gonna brush over the legs where we had just come from. Ooh, no, that one's not dry yet. Ooh, that's not good. Oh well, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. We're gonna Back over, make sure we're nice and dried out a little. A little more red. Then we'll really be able to soak our brushes after this. There we go. There we go. So this is going to ignore a lot of the recesses and stuff. And just kind of dry brush over. And just sit as a layer on top of everything. All right, there we go. Maybe some Evil Sunz. Learned how to talk rat thing? Oh no. All scavened out, huh? Yes, yes. All right, this one might take a little longer to dry. Oh, I just touched up the gun. I am a fool. It's okay. Again, we'll be able to touch that stuff up. Keep dry brushing a little bit on. I think I painted it a little too wet, so now it's gonna have to just sit for a little bit. Thank you for the follow, bud. What's so I'm assuming since that you are more into the fantasy Warhammer. What got you into fantasy? What got everyone into Warhammer? What was the draw? What was the pull? Me, I wound up kind of being around my friends who were into Warhammer, and then when Warhammer 1 came out, I kind of got a little into the fantasy. And then I played Warhammer 1, 2, and I kind of watched 3 flounder. And then a couple months ago, I just kind of got the urge to start playing started playing Warhammer Tabletop. And so that's kicked off a very expensive passion. Miles at the base thing. If you don't understand, I'm talking scam. Yeah. So do you just start painting minis, or you do that in general? Sorry, I don't know why I just now see that first time chat. I'm thinking on choosing my first fantasy set as the Skaven. Total War got me into fantasy, but the Gears of War Clone Space Marines got me into 40K. Oh, nice! So another tabletop thing that got you into more tabletop. Yeah, I really like 40K, and I think the thing that draws to me is like how things are canon and not canon all at the same time. Where like they can retcon something like, well, technically so and so said it, and so's a liar. Like, it's that level of realism that, like, really pulls me in. All right, Evil Sunz. I said I touched up the gun. I totally botched it. That's a botch job. All right. A little more black we have on our palette, just for this exact little oopsie. It's the back of the grip. You're almost never going to see this, so unless you like pull it up. Doing fantasy armies, my wife really wants to start doing fantasies, or the fantasy armies. But we're both like giant cheapskates. Wow, I really didn't get the underside of this gun. I guess that screw up really helped me out there. But yeah, we just got into minis. My wife is painting a Mortarion, as well as some orcs. And I started out with Tau, but then I realized Tau is really difficult to paint, especially when you're doing white and black. I thought it'd be super easy. Boy, was I foolish. That was a foolish man thing. And now I've swapped to an herb or camo style, as well as I just started getting Marines just because they were cheap. So I was like, whatever. And then I was like, well, now I got to pick a chapter. When it comes to the lore, I'm not that big into like Space Marines and stuff, but I like the Tau. But when it comes to painting, I enjoy painting the Marines. They're pretty simplistic and pretty straightforward. How about you? What do you normally paint? What do you normally do? You'll see a little wetness in there. This darker red's a little darker. All right, I'm gonna try one more time with the wet. So I dirtied it up by putting a layer on there. And then we're going to try to lighten it up. Just a little bit of the Vallejo blood red. It has an orangey to it that I like. I feel like it really makes the Marine's armor feel warm. Like it feels good. Also painting Blood Angels. I honestly use Metal and Alchemy Gold. And Army Painter Red contrast for the base. I use Orc Green. I honestly got a starter set, which was 9 Space Marines and 18 Necrons. Yeah, I've gotten a couple of the starter sets. Otherwise, like, other than a few models here and there that I've bought in local game stores, I have bought most of these on eBay. Like, I got most of my Marines for super cheap. I literally had a box of Orcs I just got on eBay for real cheap, too. Which is like 100 and some, like, old model Orcs that have, like snotlings and stuff in it. So it's pretty old. Or not snotlings, grots. So it's a little dated, but still does it. I have a lot of friends that play a lot of Warhammer, so like I feel like I'm just playing catch up to them because they have like years and years and years on me, but thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on me in terms of models. And I'm a cheapskate, so if I can get it for a quarter the price, I'll do it. Because again, really just a cheapskate at heart. Fully acknowledge that. And right now, after quitting my job last month, I can't afford to be super expensive. Blood Angels are kind of cool. I kind of liked them. I like the color scheme of Blood Angels. The Codex is kind of cool. So I was like, yeah, whatever, do Blood Angels. Blood Angels it is. So then I kind of, that's what got me started in Blood Angels. Are you painting them as well? Or is that like one of your first things? I also go for more of, there's people that go for like a traditional look when it comes to a lot of their Marines. Back from like some of the earlier sets, I noticed. And then there's other people that are starting to get into the craft, and they're using a lot of the newer styles where like the high realism, like I try to do. I've been using a mixture of reds. So Evil Sunz Scarlet I use for a lot of like the light shading. I did Mephiston Red for all of the base, and then I did a layer of shade to get in some of the creases, but I noticed the shader that I was using wasn't great, and it just wound up darkening the ink. But then, yeah, I've been using a mixture of Wasdaka Red as well as Mephiston Red to kind of help cover everything, as well as Earthshade, some of that Agrax, as well as some Nuln Oil. And Abaddon Black, of course, just to use their little they're fabric-y in between. I'm just going black just so it matches the Spaulders. And here, I can show you one of the other ones I did. This is, helps I get it under there. So I did a lot of black, and then I did an overlay on it. Here, I can turn it down. It's not as bright because I have the light right there on the camera. So it's a little more muted down. Getting a job soon, so later I can do my local game shop and play some starting games. In fact, I got the Space Marine Codex, my paint and carrying case, from my first board game shop, and I was originally going to do Blood Ravens, but I found I used canvas paints my first time way before I got my new paint set. Oh, nice. Ooh, excuse me. So yeah, this is kind of the look I'm going for. Really proud of. This is the one that we just painted before this one. Turn it up just a little. A lot of like I noticed like on the cam, like a lot of the differences in the shade on camera, I swear they're not as intense in person. I feel like it just adds there. I'm gonna have to do some changes and settings on here. I still need new bases. I still need to do the seals. I'm really proud of the arm. Necrons I think will be easy in comparison. One of my first ones that we started out with was right here, the Tau. This is one of my first guys I did. Real rough stuff. This is a big learner for me, so I'm trying to do better. Trying to get better. I figured I would jump in Marines, get a little more experience because I feel like it's an easier model to paint. And then when I'm done with that, I'll wind up coming back to the Tau, because even though I like to play them. I was also smart this time around and I didn't glue the limbs on. It's been really hard painting the Tau and not doing that. I like the Blood Angels, can get 1 extra inch of an advance character roll. I started painting my Necrons all gold. I've seen a few gold ones that are really cool. This is the Tau color scheme that I'm going to go for. Once I get a little more comfortable, I'm going to go back and redo the cloth. I just did this one piece, and I have 2 extra squads of 10 to go back and repaint. So I have 20 Marines. I have a broadside, a couple crisis suits, a ghost keel, storm surge. I all have to go back and paint with that color scheme, but I want to do it before I spend those big those big fancy shiny things. I'd rather get a little more skill doing stuff like this. So like, here, a little darker in comparison and contrast to maybe some of the other ones, but not too far off. I like using the Vallejo red, the blood red, or the game color, the bloody red, because it adds a nice orange tint to it, which just makes the character feel warm. They feel better. Come on. I've been playing with the light on max just because more lighting equals more better. I've been trying to get a nice top-down look on them. That's right. There we go. Evil Sons. Honestly, I like the coloration of Blood Angels, and that factored into a very large reason as to why I picked them. I bought a couple like paint starter sets and like random kits, and that's how I got a lot of my paint. I have a few reds, so I was like, well, you know, very, very gentle. Nope, too much liquid. Just touching the mouth guard. I have to work on the autofocus for my camera. I'm gonna get it way up in there. Yeah, baby. I feel a lot more confident after doing this on these guys. I feel a lot more ready. If you have any pictures of yours you want to share, you can share them in my Discord, !Discord if you're on mobile, or there should be a link down below. I think I have a Warhammer channel. If not, you can just share it in the discussion page. I'd like to see it. I really do like to see other people's work. I catch myself like just scrolling through, looking at other people's just artwork. I think it's amazing. I think people do really good. And I think people are way too critical on themselves. I see people that like blow me out of the water and they're like, yeah, it's not that great. I'm like, are you kidding me? Your artwork is beautiful, man. I'm jealous. And they're like, no, don't be. Like, shut up. It's beautiful, man. Freaking gorgeous artwork. What people are able to do and make blows my mind. It really does. I'm not really like, I'm not an artsy guy, nor would I say like I'm a really good at any of this. Like, I just keep going back over and keep going back, and they're like, that's what you do. Like, I would never say I'm good at this. Add a little more texture in the boot area. Go a little bit better. I think I'll have to set up a picture channel just for it. So the boots I want to keep a little bit darker. The I feel like we spent all this effort on getting the smoke looking good. I really don't want to screw it up. We're going to do one last little one over the back of the pack. Really need to lighten it up. It's way too dark. I'm like painting off screen. My bad, guys. If I'm ever off screen just painting, just yell at me. Just keep getting lost in the sauce, you know? Eh. Don't do that. There we go. All right, now we're gonna do a little fine tuning. Then I'll check the Discord and see if there's any cool pictures in here. All right, so another thing I like to do with the I covered the wrong thing again. Poop butt. Oh, it's already a part of it now. There you go. You're a wizard, Harry, already. Ah! It's fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell directly in your ears. I keep forgetting my mic is way closer than it usually is. Apologize. Sorry. Oh. Dang it, Jerry. So largely I do like non-uniform coloration. Put your pistol Primaris in the art set. Nice. I'll check in just 1 second. Let me screw up this shoulder piece like 4 more times and I'll check it. Check it out. Oh, dude, that is friggin' sweet. I love the gold. It goes really good with the emblem. I like that. Is that almost like a greenish silver for the teeth of the chainsaw, or is that just the lighting? I think that looks really sweet, man. Green base, but classic. Nice. Now that looks good. That looks really good. All right, time to cover my mistakes like they never happened. Never here. Just dry brushing it on like an absolute Chad. My level of confidence. And then I just used a wet brush and oh my gosh. My brain is fried. One more creep to the edge. Here we go. Painted the silver in the plasma pistol earlier and made a greenish silver. No, that looks good, man. I mean, it's a plasma pistol, right? So wouldn't it be a little greenish? If Fallout's taught me anything, plasma's green, bro. Sorry. I'm an idiot. Plasma's green, bro. One thing I noticed is this brush just absorbs colors into it. So like you can always tell what I was using relatively. Feet. Sorry, again, off camera. That must be weird hearing me just yell feet. I was painting his feet, I swear. It wasn't something weird. Currently gonna later on when I can buy it, get 10 boys in a truck. Nice. Yeah, I go between like supporting the local shop and like doing just eBay. Like eBay, I buy bulk stuff all the time. Like I said, I got my orcs relatively cheap. It was a pretty good deal. Alright, we're going to take a little bit of this. Just a doober of it. 1 doober. See? That's how much a doober is. Too much Duber, too much Duber. I just wanted to brush. I'm not good with blobs, apparently. I guess it's smoke. It doesn't have to be uniform. Might have been typing something else before the rest. No, I kind of get what you were saying. You're going to get, 10 boys in a truck. I'm going to paint my biker Marines. Those ones are really sweet. Super intimidating, though. Like, the mech units are super intimidating. I have 2 dreadnoughts. One Furios one, and then one regular one. Super intimidating. I got them set, but man, I'm nervous about painting them. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'll be back in 1 second. I think you hear the truck, and I want to get there before the dogs bark. And I want to miss my face, too. Okay, it's just dropping off to our neighbors. Sometimes the UPS guy has a tendency of ringing the doorbell and the dogs go ballistic. I might get an Imperial Knight in the future too. My buddy has a Knight, like one of the big guys. Like it's nuts. Gotta repaint his hand. Goobered it. Yeah, it's nuts. Like, but the problem is like he can never play with it though, because no one has enough points to like combat him. When you have like one piece that's like 5,000 points, like what do you even do? It's one thing I like about Warhammer. So for him, like Warhammer, even though he can't play with it, like the functionality isn't there. To him, it's more like an art piece. He just likes collecting them. He bought like a huge thing on eBay where he bought like he just got a Blood Angels army, but it was massive, absolutely monstrous. Like I went over there helping him paint like a few pieces and stuff. That's what friends do. He's just got boxes of them. Uh, he's helping me out with a bunch of stuff. So I'm painting. I'll maybe do that one on stream where I'm gonna paint his librarian that I'm gonna get for him, and I think that'd be really cool. But the knights are crazy though, man. Like I said, it's super expensive. Like at that point, it's just a showpiece, unless you find someone else with a knight to play. But then you gotta go. Then you gotta like go to your game shop and like talk and find someone who has it, because man, getting those pieces is insane. I am gonna go and get a different green. I don't have a good green for the grenades, so I'll wind up heading to the paint store for a different green. But we should be able to do the brown for the soldiers. At least get that done up, right? Just like sweeping or mopping. Don't get too crazy with it. Doing that thing again. I'm 9 miles off camera. Here, I'm actually gonna get all in on it. So you can look at me stoop harder. Crap. I don't feel I really need to get this side, but we'll just touch it. Just once. It won't be perfect. It won't even necessarily be good, but it'll be done. A little bit more. One little doober should do her. Right now I'm building the Tau army and I want to like fully complete and deck out my Tau. There. Oh, we're gonna botch it right there. Totally screw that up. That's fine. But yeah, no, I really like doing these. I'll probably take a couple of my friend's Blood Angels that he once repainted, and I'm probably gonna paint up a few of them. I'll do that for him. I don't dislike painting them, but I now have a rapidly growing army that needs repainting. So I'm kind of up a certain creek without a certain paddle. We got a nice leather coloration on there. Like I said, we'll be getting a different color for grenades. I'm gonna kind of go with a gray for like the handle as well, like a standard grenade look. So like the crack grenades and smoke grenades he has on them are just gonna have a standard look. I don't feel the need like that. I'm not like, oh, they gotta be, you know, this color or that color. Like, I'm just gonna go with what looks coolest, and I think the green, like a nice darker, like muted somewhat green, would help kind of bring out some of this and kind of contrast the red a little. I should have done the knife sheath. Out. And we'll do. I think that's a really tiny knife for that Marine. That's not a knife. This is a knife. Like his hand barely fits on the handle. Like, not a good knife pick, my guy. If I do say so. And I do, because I have a big mouth. I'll go with a silvered. I go with a silvered guard because I kind of already screwed that up. So that gets silvered. Everything's getting silvered. Deal. Oh no, I did it again. I did it again, guys. Man. We're just going to color over with the gunmetal, and it's like it never even happened. There's no screw ups. We did great all around. Good job, me. Let me toot my own horn. I hope the music's not too loud and it's coming in nice. It needs to go up or down, let me know. I keep doing it on this brush. Keep grabbing the fine-tune brush. What about like things like Eldar and Orc? Like I feel like people like either really like Eldar or they hate Eldar, and there's no in between. I feel very like alone being like, I don't like hate or like them. Like I'm just kind of space elves, you know, they do space elf things. They just kind of to me seem a little boring. Oh man, I'm shaking real hard now. Shaky guys. All right. Now we can go back to the red, which we were doing before we interrupted ourselves with screwing up. All right. Because I still want to finish that collar on him. It's got to pop, baby. This one, if you guys want, I can do it more. Natural lighting. Do you have anywhere around you where you'd be able to play in like a larger tournament with playing with a knight? Around where I live in Wisconsin. There isn't too many places to play. Like you can play at some of the game shops, but finding people that have that stuff is pretty hard. Or if you're like my friend, you just like having a knight and you want a knight, more power to you, man. Oh yeah, that's looking better. Nice little ring around that neck. I don't know why I'm whispering, but I feel like it's what I've already committed to it. And I goofed again on the shoulder for the 40th time. That's art, baby. Let's get some more color. Never even happened. All right, one thing I'm going to do is we're going to take our big old thing of Nuln Oil. And this guy, I can kind of see his neck a lot. And again, it's one of those things I'm just going to notice. I'm going to blind everyone else again. I need the utmost light. This is nothing no one else will ever notice. It'll just be me. I will see into the depths of his neck and find it lacking. Other than that, I think we're doing good. Oh, I never painted the one knee black. I've opened this black container like 40 times. Yo, what are you doing? Like butterflying. This is what happens to a $5 brush, I guess. You guys missed it. I got to listen to my dog fart. I don't care how many times he does it. It's always funny. You ever see a dog wake himself up from his own fart? I have. When he does that, it's like Christmas morning every single time. He's like, "Who's there?" And it's like, "It's you, bud. You're there, you sleepy old man." There we go. Just free-handed a knee. Do I want to do both knees? I feel like I should do both knees. I kind of like the uniformity of both, so we might just do both. Brush, chill. Elbows in. Just like shooting. Controlled breathing. What kind of games does everyone play? Normally I do a lot of video games. This is our first Warhammer painting session. I don't paint a lot of well, I can say now I do paint a good bit of Warhammer. But this is a relatively new hobby for me. I was a video game streamer, played a lot of strategy games, a lot of indie games, uh, a lot of indie games. I took a little break from streaming for a while. Things were getting really rough at work. Things were kind of just rough all around. It was kind of like I'm at a breaking point. And then just recently, less than a month ago, I quit my job. I went on my honeymoon, and yeah, and then here I am now. So right now, technically doing this full time until I find something else. I've been fortunate enough to be well off, or not, I shouldn't say well off. Fortunate enough to not be in a position where I have to take the first job thrown my way. Probably from being a stingy, cheap bastard that I am. So I don't spend a lot of money. This is like one of the first hobbies that I've had where it comes to spending, and I've spent like even then I'm still kind of cheap about it. Like I said, I spend a bit here and there, but we've probably dropped close to $1,000 now on Warhammer stuff in the past like 3 months. Which for me is that's an expensive hobby. Go redo that. Then there's still some shading. Obviously, I know I have to do on a lot of the Marines. I do want to get a better white to do the shading. I don't want to just like muck it up, so to speak. So it's not just like the green that I need to get. It's along with a good white to help do more of the highlighting on some of these pieces. So they'll really pop once I get a little bit of white edging on there. I did a couple black Space Marines, um, like black and red, kind of inverse color of the Blood Angels. Those are like the free pieces. All right. I think this guy's looking good. I think I've taken him as far as I can take him for now. I have to redo the grenades, which he has a lot on him. But other than that, I think that's one more marine down. Maybe I should darken up the color on his leg there a little. Or lighten up elsewhere. I don't know. We'll cross that bridge at another time. If I go back to it and I'm like, hey, I want to redo this, I want to re-up, kind of reevaluate where we're at, then I'll do that at that point. Whew. Oh, gosh. We still have a bunch more Marines right in front of us, along with this is the captain, I believe. This one's going to take a minute. It's weird, like on the screen, it shows up almost like a magenta, but no, this is a very deep red. Maybe I'll have to mess with some of the settings. I'm going to tweak it a little. But I think I'm going to wind up calling it there. I don't think I have enough in me to do another Marine. That was a really big deep dive. 2 of them is enough, even if we do like two a time. I might mix some more painting streams in throughout the week if I feel like it, because I've really been on a big kick to get painting and less of a focus on video games. But I do have some other stuff coming up. We have the joint YouTube channel where we do our talks, which is more of a podcast info style information blast about a certain subject and or video game. This last week it was about game servers, specifically like online gaming servers for setting up for the end user. Next week is about a video game, My Time at Sandrock. So we'll be doing a little thing on that, as well as a couple other things coming up on YouTube. I'm thinking of starting a Kenshi series. Like I said, there'll be a little more painting. So there'll be a little bit of this, a little bit of that, kind of all over the board. But yeah, join the Discord if you want. Make sure to follow, and if you want, follow the way over to the YouTube channel and give a like and sub over there. That way you'll get fresh updates whenever I produce content across the board. I'm everywhere now. I'm going to be everywhere, and you're going to have to see me in a lot of different places, so you're just going to have to get used to it, guys. You're going to have to get used to high quality, great content right in your face 24/7. Just something you're going to have to do. So you're just going to have to buckle down and get ready to just enjoy everything. But thank you all for stopping out. You all take care and have a fantastic day.